Boom, we're live. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might be getting a few. I got the lights all on in here. I'm sitting in the technically I'm in the front seat, I guess, when I was turned around. But he's inspecting this Cascadia. I thought it was a white Volvo. I just so short, and I guess I glanced over and saw it was a Cascadia. But he's like inspecting it right in the middle of the race here in the rest area here on I-8. When you're coming up from Columbia, the Columbia, PA. Well, there was a spot right in front of this guy, but there's a big spot. I don't know why he just let the guy pull over on the side here. So they're doing it like right at the opening of the rest area. And then somebody comes off the road and runs in the back. It's your fault. If you're a truck driver, yell blah 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 blah. It's freaking ridiculous. So, what's up, everyone? Thank you for coming into Jack Knight TV and that little montage I just gave on, I don't know, whatever city's going on over there. Poor guy, I guess. Pretty new Cascadia, too, probably like a 2020 or something. So, we got 7 people in the house, 9 people in the house now watching. So, we're going to try to hopefully get some people in here. I know this was a last minute thing, and I just decided to set it all up because I wasn't quite sure where I would end up tonight. I was going to try to make it over to Long Island. I'm about 90 miles away, but traffic. When I shut down here about an hour or so ago, traffic. There was like a 4-hour. Google said it was going to be 4 hours for me to get out on the Long Island from where I am back then. So I said, screw it. I got to make a delivery at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I got to, watch my hours. You can't just be driving around on personal conveyance to make your delivery. We'll see who all is in here. We got Ryan Sims. He's in here. Yo. Yep. Driving to Clinton, California. Definitely don't miss driving out to California. Yeah, here's me talking about hoping I don't get DOT. I don't know. We'll find out. He's back there. He's back there right now putting the rubber gloves on for this guy. So he must have did something that he didn't like. I don't even know. What 7:30 now? Just about 7:30 now at night. Super or whatever's got nothing better else to do. There ain't no cars, though, no 4-wheelers out here doing 90 miles an hour. No, they're not. They're fine. They're safe. So here, make sure everything's coming up right. So what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to base this live show off of some of my personal experiences, and hopefully somebody that decides to come in here that's done this before, either an owner operator or maybe try to put out some suggestions other than just get good fuel mileage. Maybe ways to get truck insurance at a lower cost. I've been hearing. Well, I've actually tried to do it. I ended up going direct to one anyway. But there's a little bit of a kind of a how would you put it? Not a scheme, but a way that you can do your insurance to where you have one insurance company covers cargo, then you have another insurance company that covers collision and bobtail and everything. And apparently, from what I've been told, usually you end up saving money. I guess the insurance company, like let's say you go to Progressive and try to get a quote on everything you want. Well, apparently, if you do it through 2 separate insurance companies, I guess they feel that they have less risk, so your premiums are cheaper. But that's I've only tried to do that once, and it turned out cheaper just going with Progressive. But from what I've heard, that's a little bit of a insurance insider information that goes to different insurance companies. Sometimes they're better deals than going full 100% for your cargo and your collision off too. So that's I don't know. That was just off the top of my head. I had that sitting there waiting to tell them on here for a while. Let's see. We got Flatbedder Dick in here. Howdy. How's it going? We got Flatbed Trucker. What's up, everyone? And we got the skateboarders in here tonight. Got all the skateboarders in here tonight. Good old skateboarder. I've kind of missed doing skateboarding. I really kind of missed it. I don't know. It was a lot easier to do content. I'll tell you that. A lot easier. I don't know. Sometimes you got to hang out with usually other skateboarders, and they just seem like a fun bunch, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? They, now that I'm in the reefer game, you're sitting in line with a bunch of look like homeless, smelly truck drivers, and a lot of times, the skateboarder gang, even though we work hard, we manage to get a shower every night and look a little respect. Yep, that's right, Dave. Yep, that is right. Yeah, like I said, I do miss the skateboard. But like I said, we're gonna try to talk about some costs. I'm gonna try now to pull that last night when I was live doing was really a test live. I'm gonna try to pull up the budget calculation that I had. Computer. Try to pull it up now, and we're gonna try to go over some numbers. Maybe if everything goes all right, because I'm running off the T-Mobile hotspot right now. If everything goes all right and it doesn't get all glitchy, maybe I'll just try to change some of these numbers, especially if somebody comes on. We'll go through some random numbers. We'll try like $1.70 miles, $2.30 a mile, just see where your averages are. Maybe I can take some things off. Some guys don't pay workers' comp; they pay Axel. There goes Mr. Cascadia there. So where's the guy? All right. Well, I guess I'm out of the woods there. That's good. Maybe he was just interested in what I was doing. I thought he was going to come over here and be like, "Hey, you off duty? You're in the front seat." You never know. You never know. All right, let's try to pull this up. See here, we'll pull that back up again. All right. I think it's working right. Like that. All right, let's try to share the screen now here. Figure it out here, Ben. See if there's a better way to get myself in here. There we go. Is that big enough for everybody? You'll have to make it bigger. We'll see what's going on there. I guess I can only try hooking up that service. Yeah, we'll just go with that. That way it looks big enough for everybody. So we're gonna try to go through some of this tonight, and like I said, I'm hoping somebody comes on here, preferably F8, Sterling. Somebody that's had their authority at one time, or that at least is they at least got their game together. You know what I mean? Uh, especially F8, because he says he's making it. What was it? What he said he's doing? He's making it $2,000. That's all he has to fixed cost per month. So I'd really like to try to go down through that, see what he's dealing with, even though he's basically a lease operator. Like I said, To be honest, right now there are some. It might be better to be a lease operator right now in this market. It depends on like what your insurance costs are, whether you got a real fuel card, a real discount, and a lot of people always make fun of people that lease onto a carrier, say you're getting screwed. Well, I'll go back to the video I did the other day where I had a guy email me and say he's paying like 10% for a dispatch service. You're paying there's carriers that you can lease onto where you're paying 10%. That includes your cargo insurance, maybe even include the fuel card. Um, so it all depends. It all depends on where you end up at and everything. Uh, Flatbed Dick here. Company driver here in northern Maine. Wow. No authority, but been in the game a while. Yeah, it's I don't know. Is Maine as bad as like let's say Florida? I know I've taken loads up to Maine. Usually I don't ever come out with anything. I mean, if I'm doing reefer or whatnot, there's Poland Springs, there's you go way up there. I think it's, but pretty much right outside of Canada, you got the French fry, the potato place up there. Uh, but is really Maine that bad? I don't ever really see a lot of Maine carriers. If they are, they're usually loggers or whatnot. Let's see. I'll make you uncomfortable in the house. Hey y'all, said hi everyone. Geez, he came flying in here, put away from my truck. Oh, let's see, flatbed dick. Loads coming out aren't great. The steel coils that are coming in is good. Where do they come? Where do steel coils come in? Canada? Or they come in through the port there? See, I'm used to pulling the steel coils and the slinkies out of port there in Connecticut. That's what I'm. All right, we got 11 people in the house. Hey, pretty good live there. I just want to thank you all for coming in here. And if you're just chilling right now, eventually we're going to try to get this started here. Like I said, just waiting for somebody to come in to have like an actual hit discussion, so it's just not me rambling on about nothing. But also we're waiting for some people coming. This was a last minute live. I wanted to try to put it up earlier, but like I said, I didn't know where I was going to be tonight. I thought I was actually going to Long Island. That's really what I thought. Let's see here. I'll make you uncomfortable. You can call me Robin. All right, no problem, Robin. Think of Batman and Robin. Let's see, Flatbed Dick. They come in on trucks from Indy, etc. to Yaman. What? Also, a lot of solar farms. Yeah, I know there's a lot of solar farms up there that we break steel into that pay. Oh, so you're talking about bringing coils in, not out, right? Who am I waiting for? I don't know. Just somebody to have an intelligent discussion with. I was hoping F8 might just, for the hell of it, see this. I know he's probably trying to stay away from live. I couldn't get a hold of anybody. I sent a few emails out, but I really couldn't get a hold of anybody to come in here. So I just figured I'll go on, and usually somebody will come in. I know Sterling's working, so it is a little live there. Yes, bring them into Maine. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I thought they were protecting my coming out of Maine. I was like, man. I figured if they were coming out of Maine, they probably came in from up north. Hey. Oh, let's see here. Oh, what was I saying earlier? Oh, yeah, here. I'm going to actually try to get some clout here. So, hey, if you're new to the channel or you just popped in here, if you can, please go over and smash that like button. And if you haven't seen any of my videos or whatnot, you can go through some videos if you'd like. Subscribe. If you don't like the comment, hey, the content, please, subscribe anyway if you care. But if you don't like it, hey, don't subscribe. It's totally up to you. But it should. It definitely helps the channel out. I am actually actively growing magically. So we'll make you uncomfortable. I'm definitely not very intelligent. Oh, it's such a problem. Um, 9 to 10 a few links up somebody else I know that might pop in here. But do a whole before I start showing you things. I should show you. Yeah, before I start showing you things I should be showing you, let's go in here and maybe actually try to message him. Professional live going on tonight. Very professional. Eventually, this will be a legitimate podcast. As I said, once we get all the kinks ironed out. But hey, how about this this StreamYard background? Pretty realistic, huh? Pretty realistic. It only cost $200,000 for this background, huh? Pretty cool, huh? Oh, he's live right now. Jeez, how come I didn't? How come I didn't get notified? Well, that shows you how much good friend I am. Not one. That was truck and reviews. I don't know what he reviewed, but he's something pretty interesting guy to talk to. Let's see here. All right, so how we all doing tonight? What are we all? How about we all try to maybe go through the comments here and always comments. See what you guys do, what profession or what part of what part of the industry you're in, and obviously here, flatbedder Dick. I'm gonna say he's probably a flatbedder. Just off topic, unless he likes to. We'll just try to keep it. Yeah, I'm sure you can get the joke there. Let's see here, and then we also have another flatbedder in the house. We have a flatbed trucker in the house too, so he's also a flatbedder. So we have two flatbedders here, and I used to be a flatbedder for a long time. In fact, I started out flatbedding back in my prime days, about 2013. Uh, oh, and I guess if you happen to be a new driver, I guess since I'm talking about Prime here for a second, you have to be a new driver. I don't know exactly how good Prime is right now, but at least back when I went to Prime, the trainer that I got was rather knowledgeable. Um, You'd sit down, cook up steaks on the side of the flatbed. Very enjoyable time. A lot of freedom. Saw a lot of the countryside that I never would have saw before. I could definitely recommend them, at least off the top of my head. Sure, they get a lot of flack, but for the most part, most of the trainers there, at least when I was there, knew what they were doing. They were long-time truck drivers. But hey, like every other mega carrier, turns into a open door. So take that with a grain of salt, if you will. But they definitely keep you for at least 2 weeks worth of training before you can get in a truck with somebody. At least that's what they were doing when I was there. Maybe it's changed, but if you're definitely new or you're aspiring to get to CEO, I would definitely check out Prime. That is not a commercial. That is just my opinion of what I did. I started at Prime back in 2013 or maybe 2012. Flatbedder Dick. Yep, Flatbedder now for 13 or 14 years. Did reefer for 6 months, then went to step deck and flatbed. What, you never went back? Come on. Reefer's freaking awesome. Ryan Slims, he's in Reefer. So we got Reefer and we got Flatbender. That's what we got in here tonight. So a little bit of a diverse group of people. And like usual, we leave all the dry van guys out to hang because they're all making $1.25. Or maybe not. Maybe not. I guess it depends. If you get lucky enough and you're moving stadium equipment and stuff, you probably feel pretty good. Oh, we got Sad in here. He must be one of those short swingers. Let's see. It's crazy, y'all are trying to be an owner operator. I just don't get why when companies are paying as much as they are right now, the economy is weird right now. Yes, it is weird right now. That's I said that earlier last night when I was just goofing around on here trying to learn how to do the StreamYard thing and bring up different windows. Uh, the economy is very sporadic right now. I would say technically, if you think about it, 2018 was kind of sporadic too. Nobody thought 2018 was going to end. They thought that gravy train was going to go for at least another year, and that just fizzled off right there near the end of summer. So it's really hard to judge the market right now. There's so much interference in it that if you're trying to plan well, you could try to plan on expanding and get new customers and everything, but like that, anything can happen. We could have the Big Bug 2.0. I don't even know if I'm still allowed to say it or not. Oops, yeah, we could have the Big Bug 2.0 and screw everything up again. And maybe it'll come back better after that, like for a little bit. But who knows? It's just everything's so chaotic right now. You have by the sounds of it, you have war starting possibly that, and that might be good for your business. It might not be good for your business. It all depends. Ultimately, it just depends what part of the industry you're in. Let's see, Flatbed Dick. No man, ha ha ha. Got hooked on tarpon and scrapping. I don't, man, you must be the only guy that's ever got hooked on tarpon. So I don't know. Maybe they laced your tarp with some of that white powdery stuff or something. That's something I can think of. But I don't know. Usually, the only part about tarpon I ever got hooked on was seeing how fast I could tarp, like time myself. I used to time myself when I did a load, seeing if I could tarp a load for 30 minutes, depending on what it was. Usually, it ended up badly. I rushed too much and almost fell off the flatbed 3 or 4 times, but definitely it was fun to try to get that down pat. The quicker you get tarp, the quicker you can get out of there. Let's see, Flatbedder Dick. Hey, well, sad. I have no desire to be an owner operator. Perfectly happy with this company. Yeah, I'm not saying everybody should be an owner operator by no means. But it is fulfilling depending on what happens. You are the bearer of your own destiny for the fact of the matter. Some people have it, some people don't. It all depends. Like I said, there's a lot of people in this industry that were perfectly happy being a company driver, and next thing you know, they come on YouTube and they get hustled. They get hustled into lease purchases. I can tell you right now that plenty of channels. We'll just go after Eggo Waffle Logistics here. Uh, tons of channels saying, "Hey, I'm a lease purchase driver at Eggo Waffle Logistics. Come on over and do this. You'll make tons of money." Then they're showing their gold bling and they're showing their Z06 Corvette and everything. And they make the money off recruiting gullible guys that have no idea about the industry. And unfortunately, they go a month or two without making any money, and the vicious cycle of Eggo Waffle Logistics running loads, making money, and you not getting paid anything. Usually what it sounds like. But hey, typical Chicago carrier, right? Sad, I hear you. Yep. Sad. I want it would be cool to run van lines, moving households. If I was way older and just using it as a retirement travel job, I would consider that. Oh yeah. You mean running around in a nice big old 90-inch or 120-inch sleeper? Yeah, it would be basically an RV job. because usually you get paid good enough you can take a couple days off and enjoy where you're at, maybe depending. But to be honest, well, especially now, a lot of people are moving. The people that are moving are usually moving out of the cities into the suburbs or across the country. So, um, used to be a lot of people used to be moving into cities for jobs. So it's definitely changed a little bit there in that aspect. A lot better dick. No white powder. I tarp literally every day. The bad part is I tarp to protect the lumber. Uh, wrappers, not even the lumber. Oh yeah, so the wrappers don't blow off. See, I never understood. I even tried getting away one time. I said, okay, how about this? How about I tarp it with a net tarp? So I had that black netting tarping. Try to get away with that. I used to use it for doing evergreen trees and stuff. And yeah, they won't even go for that. And it's funny part about it is really what I would hate is when I pull into a lumber yard and they would say it needs to be tarp, can't get wet. They go over to the lumber that they're pulling out and it's sitting in about 3 feet of water, like the flooded out part of the lumber yard. And they put it on the truck, and of course it's way heavier than it's supposed to be. And I'm sitting there, I'm said, I got to tarp this. They're like, yep. I said, it's sitting in freaking like 3 feet of water. It's soaking wet. Don't care. Customer wants the tarp. Yep, I remember those days. I thought about driving van or something different. Just so used to the flatbed now. Yeah, yeah, and it gets really nice when you get used to flatbed is getting up at what, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, getting to the shipper at what, sometimes 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, getting loaded in about an hour, another hour to tarp strap sometimes, depending how easy the load is, and usually you're done, you're back in the truck stop, sleeping by, well, if you want to be sleeping, but you're usually done by like what, 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon a lot of time. That's the nice thing about flatbed. Not here over at Reaperland. You better be able to randomly have any kind of schedule because you're not going to make any money if you just want to work day shift. It's just not going to happen. Especially if you get stuck at where I was at the last week. I was at Mechanicsville, Virginia, UNFI. We'll just decide to keep it for 10, 12 hours. Yeah, we feel like it. 4 hours, we just get your paperwork, whatever. That is one thing you don't have to worry about when you flatbed approach. It's a little more down to earth. Also, when you deliver your load, you're usually actually respected and appreciated. Usually, about 99% of the time. Reefer world, um, I don't know. It's hard to tell because there's a few times I've been rather disrespected in reefer land here. But then again, there's other times where I've been shown respect, and it'll be right after the guy in front of me wasn't shown any respect. So I don't know if it's because sometimes I wear this, my Jack Knife t-shirt. Sometimes I'll walk in just like this, polo, shirt tucked in, jeans, nice belt, very nice belt. Don't tread on me belt, and a pair of decent Sketcher boots. And sometimes your demeanor and your appearance goes a long way. So let's see, Walmart 4 hours. You've been at Walmart for 4 hours. That's a pretty long time for Walmart lately. Usually Walmart has me in and out in 2 hours. So all right. That 14 people in here. I guess I can maybe get down to the nitty gritty. I'll start talking about what I feel could maybe save you, being an owner, save you as an owner operator. These are just my opinions. If you have a problem with those opinions, you can go right over here. There's a little comment section. You can write those in there, or you can even come on here. And I wouldn't say we will debate, but we will see your side of your side of the coin, I guess, and we'll see, whatever's better for the actual people out there. Like I said, I'm not here to say I'm the know all be all of owner operator by no means, because obviously I am in a truck here now by myself. There was a time where I'd be sitting at home right now with two guys. Well, depends. Sometimes two guys out on the road, and just pretty much checking in on them right about now. As they're shutting down and making sure everything's all right, making sure I don't get none of those midnight phone calls that I don't know the tire exploded or I didn't hang up my electrical cord and they got wrapped around the drive shaft or something like that. So so obviously I'm not the all know be all of owner operator slash small fleet because I don't have one anymore, and I'll be the first one to tell you that. So you can take that with a grain of salt. All right, so we'll bring these numbers back up here, guys, and I'm going to try to go over them. Like I said, I don't know how well this app's going to work because I'm basically mirroring it off my phone. So we'll see how well this goes. Unlock my plate. Okay. Hoping no random naughty pictures showed up there. All right. Let's see here. So we're gonna go before we even look at it like this. We're just gonna go in here. Let me see here. Where's the window at? There we go. So we're gonna go in here to transaction. So really, what this is a billing. See if I can get the name for you because this is the first thing I did when I got before I started my authority. I went down the list and got an estimate of all my costs. So I knew a good base model would be about 10,000 miles a month. That is at least what I tried to run. That varied. It can vary for whatever you're doing. And sometimes if you get a higher rate per mile, it might be all right if you're only doing 2,000 miles a week. But I have this all based off of 2,500 miles a week. Hold on, I drank a Pepsi. It's causing a little bit of air bubble. And no, unfortunately, it wasn't a diet Pepsi. I did a bad no tonight. Unfortunately. Oh, let's see. Let's go back over here. So the app here. Oops, see if I can't find it here and get the full name of it. It's called Spending Tracker, and it is on the Google App Store. Now I don't know if it's on iPhone. It might be, and if it is on iPhone, it's probably going to cost you like $15. just at least my experience when I have an iPhone a little bit. Okay, so we're going to go and try to go down through this as gently as possible. So we'll go to here we go. I did change things. So right now, I changed that to $1.80, but we'll change it back to $2. So there's notes in these, and this is what I added in so I could remember what I was looking at for income or for expenses. And the nice thing about this app is you can change it per month. So if you actually want to, stay in it, it's basically a budgeting app. Really, it's like a home budgeting app, but you can actually change your, as you can see, you can change your categories to whatever you want. So we'll go in here. We're done with that. We're done. Yes. So all in the future. Like I said, I think this is going to be a little choppy. Bear with me. I guess I could try plugging the phone in directly. I don't know if it'll let me do that. So we have a $20,000 a month income based off $2 a mile. Is that average? I don't know. I haven't played the spot market here for a while. I'm running for a dedicated carrier, so I'm just taking a guess here. If you guys, if somebody in here wants to maybe hop on, or maybe put down in the comments what you think the average or what your average is, if it's more or less, if these sound like realistic numbers, you're more than welcome to do that. We can go right through this and put any kind of combination you want in through here. We'll try to go through the big expenses first. What we're going to try to go through. So we're going to go to fuel first. We'll go down. There we go. It's clicking a little bit. I'm going to go down here to fuel. So I got fuel set for 53 cents a mile. on 10,000 mile a month. So like I said, 2,500 miles a week. Average. You may do more, you may do less. I'll tell you what, the more miles you do, the less, not fuel wise, but the more miles you do, the less the other costs go down. So if you're able to run more miles, paid well for them, your fixed costs will go down. And that's because you have more profit coming in, not because they actually went down, but that's because you'll be able to outweigh your fixed costs between your fixed costs and your profit. All right, so as you can see here, like I said, I got it based off 53 cents per mile per cost. We're averaging 7 miles a gallon. So I'm basing this off of between your good old Cummins ISXs, the older ones, and your Caterpillar engines, because you're only going to get like 5.5, 6 miles a gallon, maybe 6.5. And we got all the plastic trucks here now, especially like this T680 next gen. I can get 9, 10 miles a gallon out of it, running 40,000 pounds around. So basically, we're just trying to do an average. I have any other objection to that? I can always change this around a little bit. Don't really have I got the calculator here to help out a little bit. We'll see what this says here. All right, there we go. So yes, I can change these figures. Whoa. All right, I don't know if what happened there. But yeah, like I said, I can change these figures around to whatever you may think is actually average. Like I said, this is mostly here just to try to give guys an actual figure or ballpark what cost you might actually incur as an owner operator. Like I said, this is one of the first steps I took when I got my authority, because there's a lot of costs involved, and even then, I'm probably leaving a few costs out of it. There's I didn't put IFTA taxes in. Sometimes you end up paying IFTA taxes. I do got the 2290 in here. So right there is your biggest cost is fuel. If you can somehow get fuel down, like I said, if you have to, me personally, between my old truck, which was a 40 International 9400, and this T680, I am probably saving on average $500 to $800 a week in fuel, depending on weight and where I'm driving and stuff. That thing used to suck down fuel, especially if I was heavy. It also helped that it was it did help that it was a mid-roof and I'm pulling reefer. So there was a big difference there. I can tell you what, there is a difference in wind flow and aerodynamic drag compared to, let's say, pulling a flatbed and pulling reefer. Because I actually pulled a reefer there for a while, and going from a flatbed weighing just the same amount of weight, some of these loads, I could pull hills at least 10 or 15, 20 miles an hour faster because I didn't have that drag of the box behind it. So that you got to take that all into account too. If you're really set on pulling reefer and you got a mid roof, the only way I could see it is you're probably throwing like 20 cents a mile, maybe. No, we'll go 10. We're probably throwing 10 to maybe 20 cents a mile out the window, just through aerodynamic drag. I'll make you uncomfortable. Laptop working good? Yeah, for right now. I got the right charger supposed to be here tomorrow, even though Walmart said it was going to take like 2 weeks. But I'm going to have the right charger coming. Right now, it's doing good because the battery's fully charged, and I guess the 90-watt charger is just keeping up with it just enough. I don't know. Does my voice sound crackly? I know sometimes when it's pulling too much of too many watts of the charger, it screws up the audio a little bit. But yeah, so pull this back up. Like I said, so your biggest cost as an owner operator is fuel. If you can get this number down, that's one of the main ways you can put money back in your pocket. Like I said, you could easily put an additional $10,000 to $15,000 back in your pocket just with fuel costs. That is why I try to preach fuel card. If you don't have one, get one. If you can only get, let's say, I wish I was had a sponsored link here to put up right now. But if you can get in the Mudflap app, and that's all you can get right now, I highly suggest you get Mudflap. Use it. I know in the Northeast it's a little sporadic, but definitely just try to get the Mudflap. Use it. If you can get a credit card, set up a credit card. You can do, let's say, if you're new, Capital One Spark could easily be your first credit card if you have an LLC and you've been established for at least 2 months, have some kind of income to show, and or A to B fuel card. I used A to B fuel card with Mudflap there for a while when just for some reason I couldn't get a fuel card with a decent discount. It just wasn't happening. Or I had Pilot tell me that, hey, yeah, we'll give you some credit and we'll give you a decent discount. I think they were willing to give me like 35, 40 cents. And the big thing was the credit. I was really happy about. Uh, then they told me it was going to be like a net 5 or something, or a net 3. Like, I had 3 days to pay the fuel. I was hoping for like at least a net 15 or a net 30, something like that, right around there. But hey, I digress. I'm just trying to explain to you ways to save fuel, because fuel is your number one cost. So we're going to go to your second highest cost as an owner operator with your own authority, we'll say. Come on. We'll get there eventually. So right now, your second highest cost, I would say, would probably be your insurance. I average the insurance payment out to be 1 second. The little man is calling. That was the little people. I guess they wanted to say bye to me for bed. Let's see. I'll make it comfortable. Gotta go. The wife has a show she wants me to watch. Night, bud. Yeah, I'll see you there, Robin. So, all right. So we're gonna pull this back up here. I don't think I'll have any more interruptions here. All right. So I was basing your second highest cost is going to be your insurance payment. You're going to be an actual owner operator, not a lease owner operator. Pretty sure this is my insurance payment. Nope, that was the truck payment. All right, so here, I guess also depending, I also did the average on truck payment. Truck payment can be also your second highest cost also here in this whole equation. I based the truck payment kind of middle of the road. We'll say $2,000. There's a lot of guys paying lease purchase payments like in the $4,000 to $5,000 a month range, but it all depends. It all depends. Like I said, these are just middle of the road figures I tried to put out here for everyone. And if you want, like I said, you grab this app right here, the Spending Tracker app, and it's basically a budgeting app, and you can put all your own figures in. So that's going to be your probably second or third highest cost. Is going to be your truck payment. Now, I mean, I guess it could also be your trailer payment too. It depends. But I usually average trailer payment out to about, let's say, $1,200 a month for an average trailer payment. Depending, it could easily be cheaper. I'm gonna get out of here. All right, let's try to find this orange payment here. I know it's one of these. On the phone, it'd be a lot easier. Oh, well, we'll get the tolls in a second here. Yes, that was easily an average about what I paid for tolls. In fact, last month I paid $1,680 in tolls. I get reimbursed for them, luckily, but Northeast tolls are utterly horrendous, especially if you take the GW Bridge, um, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, Bay Bridge Tunnel, whatnot. You will have some hefty tolls. Truck insurance. So I'm basing this truck insurance off 14 cents a mile, which I'm pretty sure I'd base it off of $17,000, 17, I think 17.5 truck insurance payment for the year. Now that's truck insurance fluctuates throughout the country. Like let's say if you're in Florida, you could easily have a $30,000 to $50,000 a year truck payment for one truck. But at least in my neck of the woods in Pennsylvania, it seems like your truck payment for the year would probably be somewhere around $12,000 range. Um, so I just kind of tried to make a little bit of a middle of the road average between $30,000 and we'll say $12,000. So I figured 17.5 would be good. But that's all. That's going to be usually your second highest cost, unless you're looking at a very high cost truck payment. So we're going to go back to this. So, like I said here in the beginning, your highest cost is going to be fuel. All right. Then you're going to have your truck payment. We'll say $2,000 a month. Maintenance, I have it kind of high. In fact, I would like to actually see that around $2,000 a month for maintenance, which would be 20 cents a mile. They're looking to put away. If you have a newer pre-emissions truck, or not a newer I mean, if you have a newer emissions truck, easily your first year you find yourself in a dealership with a $20,000 repair bill. Easily, it happens a lot. Whether that be an emissions problem or maybe a head, a cam, it's just a peace of mind. Sure, you're not paying yourself. You're basically putting this money away to ensure your business actually makes it through the first year or two. But it's definitely worth it. I'll just give an example. I had a 9400i International, and I easily within, and this is pre-emissions. This is just other things that came up. The rear took crap. Injectors went bad, and a lot of these I did myself. A lot of the repairs, well, except for the rear. But you can easily blow through $20,000 in no time, especially if you're having to pay for every single repair, yourself through a mechanic. If you can't repair a truck yourself or do small minor maintenance, you're losing a lot of money right there. A lot of money. All right. Want to make sure the comments are still coming in. Let's see here. So, like I said, truck payments could be a huge payment. Your maintenance is probably going to be up there. Here, so at least in this example, we're fourth on the list for truck insurance. Like I said, I was fortunate. My first year insurance, my down payment was $2,500 for a down payment, and it was $10,000 for the year for the first truck I put on. And I think every truck, I think all the other two, I think I was right around. I think it went up to $11,000 a year when I added the other two trucks. So per truck I was paying, including mine, I was paying $11,000 a year. Let's see here. Trailer payment. Trailer payment. I actually bought some very cheap flatbeds outright. This was before flatbeds started. Before rust bucket flatbeds started being worth $15,000 to $20,000 there during the middle of the big bug. And but like I said, I'm just averaging this. An average half decent trailer payment. I don't know about now with the way rates are, interest rates, but for a half decent trailer payment, you're usually looking at about $1,250 a month. So that'll usually be your fifth largest expense. Workers' comp. You don't have to have workers' comp. I was paying workers' comp because I had two W-2 employees, and workers' comp can fluctuate. Usually, your first year is pretty hefty. Luckily, I had a good insurance broker to find me a decent insurance comp quote. What hindered my what hindered my workers' comp quote was the fact that I did flatbed and my employees did flatbed, and they viewed it as a risky, somewhat more risky than just your regular driving job. So for both workers, I was paying $600. Well, no, for each worker, I was paying $600 a month for workers' comp. Now I could also have put myself on the workers' comp policy, and it would probably been about $600 a month for me too. But a cheaper way through this is getting a what do they call it, accidental policy, and you could probably cut this in half if you really want to. But the nice thing though about workers' comp is it's a little more reliable than a accident policy. But worst comes to worst, get an accidental accident policy and Aflac, and you're pretty set. You're pretty set after that. I also had health insurance. I paid for myself, and for my drivers, I was giving a subsidy for them to go on the marketplace and buy their own insurance. But the quality of health insurance they could have got on the marketplace compared to what I could offer them was a lot better. Let's put it that way. So for health insurance, I was paying $460 a month for myself. So I just rounded it up to an even $500 a month. My kids and everything, they're on my wife's, their mother's insurance, my wife's insurance. So I only had to take care of myself. If I had to price myself out on the marketplace for two kids and my wife, I think I was looking at like $1,200 a month, or maybe $1,000 a month. It's almost more than double. So that's a thing you have to go. That's a personal choice. I have gone without insurance at least a few years in my life. It is what it is. We got Jerome Jones in the house. Daily costs. You want to see daily costs? Well, how about this? Daily costs. What you can do, Jerome Jones, is we'll pull this back up. Let's see if it'll pull the calculator up with it. Wonder if I can share that in a different window. Whoop. We'll try it again. All right. I think I can share the calculator at the same time. Bear with me. Oh, geez. Oh, man. I did it again. Professionalism here. That's all we do here at TechNet TV is a bunch of professionalism. All right. So we got that one shared. It's going to let me share. I think it's only going to let me share one screen at a time. All right. Let's see if I can do this. All right, well, we're just going to do this. We'll share the calculator for right now. So here's your own. I think we had total costs of, let's say, 15. Oh, I guess that helped me pull the app up. All right, so we had total costs of like 15, 6, 58. I don't know. We'll say like that. So what? How many days are in an average month? 30 days. So there you go. Your daily cost. Your daily cost is $521. That would be your daily cost. But that got to remember though, that's for a whole month. You're not you're not gonna probably work for a whole month. You're gonna eventually also have a 34-hour reset. So why don't they let me delete? Hmm. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. So you got to remember though, Jerome. Like I said, you're gonna have a 34-hour reset. You might take a vacation or whatnot. So we'll take that 685, and we'll now we'll time that by your regular 5-day work. We'll divide it by 20. Right. So let's say you only actually work 5 days a week, and you take your 34-hour reset. Well, now guess what? Now you're looking at a daily cost of $784. And trust me, this is just about everything I could think of included in that. Now there's probably at least off the top of my head, there might be an extra maybe $200 worth of cost. Um, if the let's see, if the tax, but it's every quarter, so you're gonna have that. You might get a rebate, you might not. Um, trying to think what else. The audio is not good. All right. How about now? The audio better? Any sound? How about now? Is that a little bit better? Maybe got a little bit of a echo to it. I have to wait. I guess that sounds a little bit better. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe I hit the wrong button when I was screwing around with the settings over here because I did put mute on, and I don't know if it changes my settings if I mute it. Maybe I have to go back and do it all over again. Not 100% sure. So I was saying here before, your expenses are around 10K. All right. Well, that's definitely a lot lower than. But then again, like I said, I base some of these costs off an average, and I also base some of the costs off of what I was doing. So like I said, I had employees there for a little bit. So I also here. Let me get out of this here real quick. I could tell you what, for when I had employees, that's about what I came out to. It was about $725. It cost me to run the truck and run, and have an employee drive it. That's what I came out for daily cost. I know it was about like $750 or something like that. Uh, we'll go back. We'll go back here. See what, we'll share it again. Yes, I know. A riveting live here. Oop. All right. So here's things you probably would not have that I've added here. One, you're probably not going to have if you're a single man owner operator. You're probably not going to go out and actually try to get real workers' comp insurance. So we'll knock that down to like what $250 a month realistically. if you get an accidental accident policy or whatever it's called. Now, if you really want, you could probably forgo that. I know in Pennsylvania, at least I have to have an accidental policy on myself, at least. And usually that's what most carriers require too. If I end up signing on to a carrier, and here we'll go down the comments real quick. Any sounding, maybe mic not working. Yeah, Sterling said better. My expenses are around 10K, not including fuel. Oh well, not including fuel. Yeah, that makes a big difference. Technically, if I probably got fuel out, if I took fuel out of here, Jerome, my expenses would be about 10K. As you can see, fuel here is $5,488. That's off 7 miles per gallon, average. Based off of. I guess this live must have got really boring because there was like 15 people in here, and I guess it's down to 8. Sorry, I guess nobody wants to actually go down through the nitty gritty costs of what it costs to actually have your authority or to be an owner operator. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I know. It's these. This is the boring stuff. This is the business stuff in trucking. This is the boring part of it. This isn't the fun steering wheel holder. You know, get it behind the wheel, jam some gears down, blow some black smoke, and assume you're making money. This is the boring reality check. Are you sure you want to be an owner operator? Cost analysis. That's what I would say this is. So I apologize if this is rather boring. I just figured, considering most of my videos I put out, I'm either bashing brokers or maybe bashing dispatch services or bashing maybe possible customers. I figured I'd try to put something out to show guys exactly how they could get their cost analysis and how much it actually costs you to run. You as in running, your own truck and having your own authority, what the actual costs are. So you can actually see that, hey, I actually have to average $2.30 a mile. Because guess what? If you go down here, there's balance here. And you're gonna take all this money and you're gonna pay yourself this, that. I would suggest you probably still maybe even cut that in half. Maybe even cut that in half and still put half of that away towards your business. So guess what? Technically you're making a lot less than a company driver. You're probably making Western Express wages. And that's the reality of a lot of these guys. They come on here, they get hustled into being an owner operator, whether it be a leased on owner operator. Now, like I said, some of these costs could go down if you're a leased on owner operator. You could still make the same $2 a mile and maybe have a better fuel card, better discount, truck payment. If you decide to be like a lease purchase carrier, it's going to go up. But your insurance is going to get a lot cheaper. I can almost guarantee that because most carriers are self-insured, or I don't know, they can throw enough weight around that they can get a huge discount. I like for instance, I'm also not leased on percentage wise this carrier, but for me to just pay my bobtail and collision with this truck on my carrier, it's $560, somewhere around that range. For me to pay for it myself through Progressive, it's $462 a month for collision and bobtail. So hey, sometimes it might be cheaper. It all depends. But for the most part, if you're going through a carrier, you're gonna save a lot of money on them paying the cargo insurance and usually them paying the bobtail and everything. But not necessarily. There was a company that when I did flatbed that the bobtail insurance was utterly ridiculous. I was paying like $250 a week for it. So that really what I was probably paying for was some of the cargo is really what I was doing. But the numbers were so good, and I just was lazy. I didn't bother getting a quote. Really, what it was, I didn't bother getting a quote for the rest of. I just signed on and did my thing and Didn't think about it until rates started dropping. Like most guys, that's when you start checking your costs. And I realized I'm like, hey, I'm paying like $225 a week for for collision and bobtail insurance, which it doesn't jive. Doesn't jive. All right, here. So, well, here's Jerome Jones. What do you think? What do you think about these numbers? Do you think they're about right? You just said yours are about 10K, so that sounds about right, huh? What's your truck payment? We'll we'll wait for him to come in and maybe throw that out there real quick. But like I said, some of these costs you can get rid of. If you don't want health insurance, you can get rid of health insurance. That'll save yourself an extra $600 a month, or $500 or $600 a month, depending. You can get rid of workers' comp. That'll save yourself probably $300. You get yourself an accidental policy. If you really don't, I don't know. It just depends. How much risk are you willing to take? How much risk are you willing to take to make an extra $1,000 a month? It's really up to you. I bet you there's a lot of, like I said, there are a bunch of company guys in here that are looking at this and they're saying, why in the hell would you want to be an owner operator? Why? Like I said, these are based off $2 a mile numbers. Now, sure, you could run more miles. You run more miles, these costs go down per mile. What doesn't go down is fuel. Fuel goes up, especially with the way prices are fluctuating in fuel right now. That might cancel some of it. It might cancel some of these savings. In fact, it probably will. But anywho, like I said, these are the little costs that people don't think about. All right, so, well, Pennsylvania IRP plates. I hope you think about that if you actually got your own authority. To be honest, if you're leased onto a carrier, most of the time the carrier is not going to be located in Pennsylvania. Your carrier will probably be located or have an office in Illinois or Indiana, and your plates aren't going to be like $2,800 for the year. Your plates will probably be like $1,500 per year. So, right there's a big cost that I had that most of you guys probably ain't going to have. It's the IRP plates. So, I have to pay them every year. Let's see, multiple load boards. So I had. There's another cost guys don't think of. You know how much these load boards really are. Sure, you can pay the $30 or the $40, cheapy budget load board, but guess what? They don't update that fast. You lose out on load. You want those loads right pop up and generate right in front of you right away, right now, like bang. You want to be able to click on that and call the broker immediately, because with the way the market is right now, there's guys clamoring for load, and at least that's the way it was there. What, April, June, July of 2022 for me. I cheapened out. I went back down to the cheaper load board, and I paid heavily for it. I ended up having to buy it again, upgrade the load board, just so I could be maybe one of the first ones to get that broker a call. Let's see. Cheap Freight Hauler. Hey, good evening. Cheap Freight Hauler. He is also a fellow T680 Next Gen driver. He has his own truck, and it is very pretty too. It is as you can see in the picture, it is a nice red one. So he's had some of the same issues I've had with the truck that I got, but for the most part, like I said, fuel costs have been, very low, and that's what I'm mostly happy about, are fuel costs. That, and as you can see, it's rather roomy in here. The chair turns around. I have a table. But anyway, like I said, I'm going off on a little tangent here. I digress. So we'll go back into this. Like I said, your costs are going to be different depending what state in. Your IRP plates are going to be probably cheaper. Just a matter of, same thing, multiple load boards. I was paying $180 for DAT, which I think was I think I got a discount. So I think I was paying $80 for that. And that was for the trucker version. I think what they call that. But I was paying $80 for that. I was paying like another $50 for internet truck stop, and then I was paying I think like $20 or $30 a piece for 123 load board, and I forget the other load board. But I had also drivers too, so I needed a big variety of load boards to pick from sometimes when I needed to get a backhaul. Technically, I got paid to come back for the loads that they did, technically. But hey, if you can grab a load, especially flatbed, if you can get loaded in like an hour, come back and get unloaded early in the morning somewhere, another hour or two. I even offered them money. I even offered them some money off. I ran some really cheap back loads because technically I was getting paid to come back for my dedicated customer. But if you can get away with doing something like that, that's where the money starts rolling. You can actually get a backhaul and get paid by your customer to come back empty. All the better. But if you're doing reefer and stuff, that's probably not going to happen. That'd probably be a very bad idea. You might lose your dedicated customer. It might not be worth it. But like I said, I'm digressing there too. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm trying to keep everybody happy here. I'm not 100% sure I'm saying what people want to hear. I guess I've talked up injector problems, 87,000 miles, and I got the engine light today. Cylinder 4 misfire. Oh, there you go. That's kind of like what I had. It's probably still running fine. I don't think when I had that, I don't think I really derated at all either. In fact, it'll probably go out. I'm pretty sure when I had the injector problem, it went out. Then they came back on. I was like, I better nip this in the butt now. Wherever you take it to, they're going to probably try to test each injector, and I would try to nicely, maybe worse if they have to add some pockets and add some hands and something, some Benjamins. Try to get them all, replace all 6 at once. Just have them make sure that test comes back scaling for all 6 injectors. Might as well get it all out of the way at once, just in case. Why bother dealing with that? You know what I mean? But anywho, let's see. We'll get back to telling you how profitable being an owner operator actually is. At least the one with your own authority. So, like I said, you're gonna have to have multiple load boards if unless you have a dedicated customer. If you have a dedicated customer, you might not have to pay all this $200 a month. We'll round it up. $200 a month to load boards that apparently don't care if they give out your information and you get scammed. Oh, and they also don't apparently report on credit very well either. Hold on, I try to be professional and not burp live on the air. All right, so we're gonna go down through other costs. Let's see. You don't really think about it, but hey, your cell phone, a couple $100 maybe a month. Cell phone. No, this is about what I was paying per truck almost, because I had an extra cell phone in the truck. So the brokers would call the truck phone and not bother my employee's phone because I don't know. I just that always rubbed me the wrong way. That having everyone else having your employee's number and stuff. So I paid for a cell phone per truck, and we also had Wi-Fi internet on the truck because I also wanted them to get surf the internet and do other things. They had a printer. They had a printer in the truck because sometimes we do permits, oversized loads, and I like the fact that they could print them out right there in the truck. Well, we had somebody else come here. Ghazi El Nizer. I think I probably said that wrong. But good evening, everybody. He's just popping in here. Hey, welcome to the party. We're just we're going over some costs that the owner operator with maybe their own authority would probably incur, and get some real world perspectives of just how tight your profit margins are sometimes being an owner operator. Like I said, I could base this off of $3 a mile if I wanted. I could put 30,000 up here, but to be honest, right now most guys are probably averaging $2 a mile, and we also have a lot of people that come on live. I'm not hating them. I'm just stating fact here. and say that if you can't make it on $2 a mile, you're doing something wrong. So we'll just leave it at that. Like, I'm not trying to attack the ranks. I'm stating what other people said. So let's see here. I'm gonna go down to some more of these other people. We're gonna go through some more of these costs. So, like I said, cell phone internet about $150 a month. DOT compliance company. You don't have to. You could try to do this all yourself. I'll tell you what though, if you're running your truck, running loads also, and you got some employees, it's very tough to have time to come home and do things with your family and still be able to file all this and go through it. I just paid a DOT compliance company where I could just they knew the mileages on the trucks, they knew the VIN numbers, they knew everything. They got the permits. I didn't have to pay Oregon. We never went that far. I did pay for Kentucky. They would take care of all that. I would just send them whatever they billed me, whatever they invoiced me for certain permits that I have to get every year. And they even took care of IFTA and everything for me. And that was about $100 a month per truck. And in my opinion, it was worth it. Sure, I'm throwing money away, but just ensure time and being completely 100% DOT compliant, where I could just go in and log into my portal, and I could see every permit, what time they were up. They had the insurance cards there. If my drivers needed to, they could also log into like a driver version of the portal and pull everything up. They can hand it right to the officer. They would tell them the maintenance they had on that truck, when it was last DOT'd, where it was last DOT'd, the invoices. So it it was 10 times better than anything I could do by myself, unless I wanted to sit in the office for 5 or 6 hours a day and just make up charts for that. So, like I said, it's really up to you. You don't have to have a DOT compliance company. I did. You could save yourself money there. But these are all things, though, that add up, like I said. And the problem is, if I didn't have, let's say I didn't have that DOT compliance, and let's say I had an audit, all right, that's all on me. That's 100%. I got to make sure I, cross my T's and dotted my I's. Now, while I'm still driving and everything else, that's a little bit difficult. You got you got 2 other drivers to take care of. You got 3 trucks. By yourself, sure, you could probably do this, especially if your wife was helping. You could do this yourself. But like I said, everything is laid out right there in the portal. Easily show a DOT officer if there's an audit. They send you an audit, an entire audit report. It's easy peasy. To me, it was definitely worth the money I was paying. But hey, that's like I said, that's completely up to you. These are like I said, these are just the costs that the guys don't think about. They just, that's why I said when I first went to go get my authority, sat down here with a program pretty much like this. There's a budget program app, and I started adding the cost up, and then just went through and averaged what I thought I was going to run for mileage. I figured I would average 2,500 miles a week, and 10,000 miles a month, and these are the numbers I got. And it's a little bit eye opening. A lot of guys are going to be discouraged watching this. You don't see me with gold chains. You don't see me. I don't even have a car right now. I sold my pickup truck to get this truck. So, like I said, there's sometimes no glory. There's no glory sometimes in the beginning when you start your own business. It's what you build out of it. That's when you can start, paying yourself what you owe yourself. Let's see here. I know I'm probably being a little bit of an a-hole. I apologize, but I hate seeing these people come out here and get lease purchases and get on to like Eagle Waffle Logistics and stuff like that. I just hate seeing people have these dreams, and that's what they are. They're dreams, and think it's going to be smooth sailing, and they find out just way too late that they've been hustled into giving somebody else money, putting their hard-earned money that they thought they were building their business to into somebody else's pocket. And it just chafes my ass. All right. Before I get on an angry tangent there. So like I said, internet, you can get away with just your phone. Maybe, to be honest, you could probably maybe get away with Mint Mobile, possibly. The problem is though, you gotta have a good phone service, and you gotta have internet as a truck driver. It's just inevitable. So we'll go down here now. We got accounting and slash tax prep. I paid a well, I had. Okay, how am I going to play that? All right, so I had QuickBooks, which I'll be totally honest. I suck at QuickBooks. I kind of linked my bank account with it and everything, but there's so many options that for an owner operator slash having your own authority, there's so many options that just are unnecessary and just redundant in QuickBooks. It's just a pain in the butt. Now, some people can go through QuickBooks and they absolutely love it. I could not get QuickBooks for the life of me. Every time I looked at it, I felt like a weight of a million trucks were sitting on top of me. It just I don't know. I don't know what it was about QuickBooks, but it just had way too much going for it. But so I did have QuickBooks, and my accountant did go through it, and I guess it helped my accountant out for the most part. But between QuickBooks and my accountant, I paid usually for taxes at the end of the year. It was about $1,200, so about $100 a month I was paying between QuickBooks and the accountant slash mostly just the accountant services. Like I said, QuickBooks kind of took care of the bookkeeping a little bit. I did have to keep receipts and still bring them because, like I said, I for some reason me and QuickBooks did not do very well together. But my accountant loved it. They loved the fact that I was using QuickBooks at least to the best of my ability. Now I'm using something else where it's actually linked to a bank. In fact, it's the actual bank. But we'll get into that. I'm not going to probably push that until they either decide to give me a little bit of money on the side to push that product, or let me have a login so I can log in and show people what it does. Because I'm not going to log into my own bank account and show everyone how this bank slash automatic tax estimator works. Anyhow, like I said, I'm digressing again. I'm sorry about that, but this is all kind of linked, I guess you could say. So we have miscellaneous fees and expenses. I don't know. That could be your banking fee. Like I said, you have to pay $14 or maybe $10 a month for your bank account if you got a business or bank account. You might have checks that you got to pay for. The dollar transaction fee. When you use Mudflap or whatever. Maybe there is. I don't remember. Got to burp again. All right, we're back. I'm guessing it must be the ground beef I made earlier, maybe. Oh, let's see here. So yeah, like I said, we have miscellaneous bills. Pull this up again. Miscellaneous expenses. Reserved parking. I paid for my drivers if they needed to have a reserved parking spot. I paid for it. Also, sometimes if you just can't find anywhere, you pay for a reserved parking spot. It's just part of the business. Part of the business, folks. I know nobody wants to do it, but hey, I'll tell you what. There are some truck stops that have paid reserved parking, and it's very nice reserved parking. So, I probably average, we'll say $100 a month in reserved parking sometimes. As of right now, I haven't paid reserve. What's funny is now since the market has crashed, I could say the trucking market, I haven't had to pay for reserve parking. Especially now, like I said, I'm going through truck stops at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and there's like 15, 20 non-paid parking spots open. So definitely, there had to be, in my opinion, there had to be a little bit of a reduction of trucks out there. But like I said, that's a cost, that's a given that guys don't think that they'll ever have to pay. As those miscellaneous costs, I forgot to mention, CAT scales. I guess I could add that in. You're eventually going to have to cat scale here unless you have some kind of scale technology on your truck. ELD, I was paying about $50 a device for ELD and a camera. What was I? Yeah, I was using some Samsara at the time. I'm pretty sure they probably are up in cost now, but at the time they were new, and I was able to pay $50 per truck for Samsara. Gusto Payroll, they were very affordable, $50 a month. They took care of my payroll, did the taxes for my employees, did my payroll because I paid myself. Uh, Although they didn't take the taxes out. So, but it just made it easier for them to write a check. It was easier for my account. So now, if I wanted to, I could always just take a draw and I would write in draw. But it was just it just made things a little bit easier. I was already paying for it and I was able to add myself, so it didn't really matter. But for my employees, this thing was a lifesaver. State taxes, it paid all that right into an account. And then when state taxes came due, federal taxes, they transferred all that money out of the account and paid all that as taxes and everything. We all know 2290 heavy highway use tax. That's your $500 you have to pay every year for the glories of being a owner operator. Whether you're leased onto it, well, unless they pay it for you, but usually they don't. Whether you're leased onto a carrier or not, you're going to pay 2290 highway use tax. For me, my trailer, my truck and trailer federal inspections. I did ours every. I think I did it every 6 months because I got to see the trucks. I got to they would park them. I got to see was able to see my driver's trucks. So I didn't do it every 3 quarters. I did it twice a year, and that averaged out to about $33 a month. This is just for one truck. All right, so that's what I did. Plus, also it was in Pennsylvania, so we also had to get a state inspection. So yours will probably be cheaper for a federal. In fact, if you're an actual owner operator with your own authority, you just get your federal once a year, and that's it. Unless you would like to get it more than once. And then, of course, there was DOT drug custodium, and I paid $20 a month for that. So I think that was per driver. I can't remember. But so there's a rundown of all your costs if you actually have your own authority and you're doing it. We'll go through comments. I'm sorry. I apologize not going over there and reading your comments, guys. Drone Jones, I'm back. How a single guy with no kids or house payment just dead? How a single guy with no kids or house payment just dead? Oh, what do you mean by that, Jerome? Do you mean that you are or you're not? Maybe you said it here. How about a single guy with no kids or house payment, just credit card debt? If that's true, if you were living in a truck, all right, here, if you really got into this game and you were living in a truck, being nomad trucker, this right here at $2 a mile, this is pretty much all yours. To be honest with you, you have no home expenses or anything. You don't have no mortgage. If I added like a mortgage and everything, you could go in this and you could add all your home expenses onto this also easily, and then you could really see, what being an owner operator could be like, especially if you have kids and everything. Danny with truck. That's the boat I'm in. That's the boat I'm in. Except it's me and the old lady in the truck, grown kids, and only credit and trailer payment. There you go. That's the boat. Now, do you have your own authority there, Danny? Are these about some of the costs? Like I said, I know a lot of guys ain't gonna have their own DOT compliance stuff. Like I said, I was paying for that as soon as I pretty much started out practically hiring drivers when I first got my authority. But I was paying for that on day one just for myself. It it looked so much more professional. I didn't have to worry about me screwing anything up. Yep, yep, yeah. So there you go. So you have all this risk, all these responsibilities for what? Company driver pay. Uh, Now I can say right now I'm making more than that right now as it is, but then again I'm also in a uh, totally different realm. I'm with a dedicated carrier. They run for a dedicated customer. I get a dedicated rate, and most of my costs are paid for. I don't have no reefer. There's no reefer fuel added to this. There's no uh, tolls are reimbursed. You know, so there goes your tolls. I don't have to pay the $1,500 a month in tolls. Uh, Not including, like I said, some of those miscellaneous charges. I got I got a pre-pass. Pre-pass charges me a fee to use pre-pass. So that's another fee that you don't think about. Like I said, a cat scale, another fee you don't think. These all add up over a year period. And if you're only averaging $2 a mile the whole time, it's sorry to say, you might want to think about going back to being a company. Now, there's other reasons that aren't monetary reasons that you could want to be an owner operator. You want to pick where you go. You want to drive the truck that you want. You want to do this. You want to do that. That's fine. But in my opinion, it's thinking like that is that's what put us in the situation we're in. We've allowed people to take advantage of us way too much. We're running, like I said, we're running like steering wheel holders and not running like someone that is trying to make a profitable business. Uh, I bet you right now, if I went out here and found a few owner operators and asked them, "Hey, what do you pay for?" They might be able to list like three of these things off. And I'm like, you don't pay for nothing else. You don't have. Well, I don't know what what about your plates? You pay for your plates every year? Oh yeah, yeah. Well, what's that cost you? Per mile? Oh, I never really thought of it. What's this cost you? What's that? What are you paying for the client? What? Heck, some of them might not even have what they're supposed to have. I've seen guys out here, um, yeah, duct tape their numbers to the side of the truck, and who knows if they're even right or not. So, it's a little bit eye opening when you actually get down to the nitty gritty numbers and you look to see, what an owner operator with their own authority, what they pay out. Um, it's, I don't want to say it's sad, but it could be better. It could be better. Like I said, I was hoping uh, maybe other people would grace me with their presence and tell me what their numbers are, because I know their numbers are lower because they said their numbers are lower, and that might show a little bit of hope, I guess you could say. This really wasn't supposed to be a downer live. This is supposed to just be an educational live to actually help you figure out your numbers, especially if you're new in this. This is one of the first things you should sit down before you even purchase a truck, especially if you're going to get your own authority. You should sit down and you should try to figure these numbers out. Now, I could get rid of some of these numbers. DOT compliance, we get rid of some stuff. You're still going to pay tax, accounting, prep. Still going to pay your 22.9. You're going to get rid of Gusto. Like if you're leased onto a carrier, so let's say we could get rid of like $2,000 or $3,000, out of these expenses being leased onto a carrier. All right. Well, now you're paying the carrier 20%. So now you got to know. Now, are you back? Are you back where you were? Is it more affordable for you just to be an owner operator with your own authority? Depending on the carrier, like I said, there's some carriers out there you're only paying 10%. If you don't know your numbers, you're not going to be able to tell whether or not you're going to be profitable. Even being leased onto a carrier, and that's the problem we have today. Guys just come out here, they think they just run from point A to point B, and the money just flows in, and then they go out and they get their gold chains, get their Corvettes or their Audis or whatnot. Um, get their brand new pickup trucks, their Chevy Silverados, get all that debt, and start collecting a lot of debt. One thing you're going to learn if you actually have an LLC for a while and you have the ability to show settlements or taxes to a bank, they say it's really hard for you to get credit being self-employed. Well, when they go down, they see your settlement says, $5,000 or $6,000 every week. They start salivating at the mouth, and you will get approved for a Chevy Silverado, uh, unless your credit is so bad. But for the most part, you will get approved. Uh, I've never had, I've never had it be a problem. Then again, I never bought a house also with a mortgage, being self-employed. But I will tell you what, vehicles, me being self-employed never had a problem with that at all. Let's see. Danny here said, I don't make much doing this shit, but it's more than I've ever have turning wrenches. Hey, you're right there with me. Yes, that is completely true. We do at least run. We do. Hold on. Yeah, we do at least run for $2 all mile. Yep. And you know what? You're absolutely right. That I worked a little bit of backstory here, everyone. Since, like I said, I was hoping to maybe this would be got a little bit bigger than it is. Like I said, I didn't really plan this out. I should post it earlier today, but I didn't know where I was going to be, so I didn't want to break any promises here. A little bit of backstory. I went to school for automotive technology. Uh, it was a hobby. Technically, it should have been a hobby, but I really enjoyed cars. My father always worked on cars, and back in those days, it was you're a little bit higher up the ladder on the blue collar, I guess, scale of being a mechanic or a technician or whatnot. I don't know. It just seems like it's slowly turning into one of those janitorial roles, I guess you could say. Um, but I went to school for it. Got told that I could, $100,000 a year working in dealerships and stuff. And as soon as I was still working and going to technical school at the same time. And I went to Goodyear. Um, went to a Dodge dealership. The Dodge dealership started paying me $15.50 an hour, and I did a couple of transmissions. Mind you, I'm still in school. I did a transmission rebuild on a Jeep Rubicon, a bunch of other things, and I had my check laying on my toolbox one night, and I guess another kid from my class decided to look at my check, and he kind of, I guess, he didn't say nothing to me, but he said something to somebody. And here they were paying the kids from my school like $8 an hour to rebuild transmissions and do stuff. And I don't know. They didn't tell me what they were going to pay me, but I was making $15.50 an hour. Here they apparently HR screwed up my pay with somebody else, and I was getting paid $15.50. So of course, when they came to me, they're like, "Oh, you should have said something." I said, "No one told me what I was going to get paid." They tried to drop my pay down. Well, they did drop my pay down at least to $10 an hour. But I had a little bit of a hissy fit about it, and I felt that they were taking advantage of these guys, still in test school with the promise of getting credits for Mercer County Technical College. I guess that's really what it was. And after that, I kind of thought about where I was and what I was doing. So I ended up getting into a dealership, Jaguar, that eventually also became Jaguar Subaru. And you would think you were making good money there too, but I ended up being $15.50 flat rate. I did get a raise. I think I went up to $17.25 flat rate, but still working on $115,000 Jaguar portfolios and making $17.50 flat rate. No air conditioned shops. Had to pay for all my own tools. Like I said, I'm sorry this is going on a little tangent, but I'm here with Danny though. Uh, air conditioned truck. I make more money than I ever made as a mechanic. Uh, hey, it's something I regret a little bit that I didn't go into electrical or something like that. Because really, what I would love to be is a lineman. That's really what I would aspire to be. But guess what? I have a wife, I have kids, I have child support. To go backwards and have to go down to $32,000 a year again to be not journeyman, to be an apprentice. That's a big that's going to be hard to do with what I've built already. It's hard to take that It's a big risk, and it's you're basically going to cut what you're making in more than half. So I don't know if it gets bad enough and trucking gets screwed up enough. Maybe I'll do that sacrifice. Maybe I'll do that and try to become a lineman. But for right now, this is probably the best gig anybody can get with this regular high school degree, unless you're getting hustled, unless you're on here on YouTube getting hustled, putting money in everybody else's pockets except for yourself. You know, uh, like a lot of the ego logistics leases. And of course, yes, people do make money on lease. I've leased purchase trucks, and I have made money on lease purchase trucks before. But guess what? When you get to times like this, uh, you're not going to be the ones getting loads. It's going to be the company guys for these mega carriers and ego logistics and everything. They make a higher profit margin out of you. They make money off you no matter what because you're paying lease payment. So they could care less. They could care less if you have any money put away for yourself. In fact, they hope that you just continue to keep making just barely your lease payment and stay, because that means they don't have to have the truck sit for a while to find somebody else to hustle into it. It's just reality, guys. Reality. I'm not trying to sound like a a-hole, but you sign a dotted line, and you probably should talk to other people first before you just believe the recruiter or believe the guy that wanted you to use his employee number or his owner operator truck number or whatever. Colorado Gomez. I have a new 2011. Yeah, I have a new 2011 Honda minivan. Yeah, man, that's brand new. But yeah, no. I mean, I don't want this. Like I said, I'm going to try to stay on topic of just truck expenses. I mean, we can all talk about home expenses and things like that, things that we do that are dumb and everything. And I'm right there with you. And your old lady goes out and applies for credit cards and everything too. But it's just you can't be blowing money you can't be just blowing money through your business and being blowing money at home at the same time. Eventually, something's going to give. It's just inevitable. Uh, my best advice is try to if you're going to start a business, you're going to run through a business. Try to use Dave Ramsey. All right. Keep if you do get used credit, don't use it. Hold on to that for the rainy days. Credit saved my business many times with multiple breakdowns. But the problem is, though, eventually you run out of credit. And at least for me, eventually the bad times just kept coming. And then COVID hit. Oh, I said it. Shoot. I don't know. I guess we're allowed to say it now. But then COVID happened. And, I had a good month or two. We weren't delivering utility poles. They were all scared to have the truckers come over to the yards where the linemen were and stuff. It was it was hard time, and just so happened the trucks decided to give me problems too. Then I literally just spent like 15 grand on a credit card for the one, and next thing you know that I was continuously paying that one off as fast as I could, and next thing you know the other truck had problems. How about this? I'll give you an example. I imagine a lot of you guys probably watch YouTube trucking. How about trucking together there, guys? Look at them. They bet everything on the company they were leased onto, and now look. And I'm not saying this to be a dickhead. I'm saying this to be like reality. What will go wrong? What can go wrong? Most likely will go wrong. And some of this is luck. Some of this definitely is luck. And unfortunately, I have very bad luck. I got the good old Polish luck here. And that's the problem. Like I said, you can come on here, you can hustle guys, you can tell them how great everything's going to be. You're going to get those paychecks. Usually when you lease onto a carrier, your first couple checks, especially, usually they end up running you hard or they want to see how you run. Your first settlements, shouldn't say paycheck, settlements, your first settlements are going to be great, especially because they usually hold your first couple lease purchase payments. They hold sometimes. At least one carrier I had, they did not charge me for 2 weeks. I had 2 weeks of no. They didn't take 20% out for 2 weeks, so 2 weeks worth of load uh, were 100% to me. You know, you see those big numbers and you're like, yeah, freaking being an owner operator is awesome. And then your power divider goes. And luckily for me, when it went, it was literally like right in the yard I used by my house to, where I parked my truck. But you're gonna have a $1,500 tow bill. You might have to, I don't know, depending cleanup costs. I don't know. Sometimes these tow companies really haggle you with stuff. But I had a tow bill. Luckily, I knew somebody. I had a $300 tow bill down to a shop. But where they really got me is I couldn't replace the gear where I was at. I was going to try to replace the gears, but I saw they were already replaced, and I figured it was a bad idea for me to try to do it myself. But I had them replace the axle with a junkyard axle. They told me they paid $1,500 or $1,800 just for the junkyard axle for the Pumpkin. Well, I ended up going down to that junkyard months later, and I kind of know the guy that owns the yard a little bit. We were at least a little bit acquainted through the welder that I have as a buddy. And I asked him, how much usually is it for a Pumpkin? And he said about $650, maybe $800, depending on the gear ratio. So that was marked up pretty good. Couple $100 markup, sure, but when you're talking about like almost $1,000 markup or more, plus the labor costs and everything, that's where you get screwed, and as being an owner operator. And if I say one more time, make sure somebody tells you go jump off a bridge. So I realized I've been trying to say a lot, because most of you guys have already been through this, I'd imagine. So let's see here. Crooks. That's why I do all my own work. Yeah, exactly. You know what though? I don't mind paying for good work. If you're willing to, if you're, let's say you go into a shop and you're willing to say like, let's say it's Saturday, work on your truck and stuff, and you can trust them, you don't have to check bolts and find loose bolts and things missing and stuff. I'm willing to pay for that. I'm willing to pay for the fact that you can know that as soon as I come in there, that you'll have that truck in there by at least the end of the day, and you'll be working on it. I will pay for that, and I will pay for that knowledge, and something I like to call craftsmanship, taking pride in your work. I will pay for that. What I won't pay for is parts pushers or guys that we'll say hire questionable people, maybe on questionable products and stuff. We'll say that just are just dirty mechanics, if you want to put it that way. Like like the mechanics you see working outside AutoZone, in Philly and stuff. I don't want to pay for that. If I'm gonna have to pay for that, I want it to be dirt cheap. And even then, I really don't want you touching my truck. Something that literally is my business and puts food on my table and puts food on my employees' table, at home. It's Pablo Rodriguez. Hoping I'm saying that right. What's up, man? This is the guy, White and Blue Classic on 15. Remember? Oh, hey, yeah. What's up? What's up? I remember. Yep, I remember you. Yeah, you know what? Also, too, I don't know. Maybe if there's a guy in here, I met another subscriber, a Tyson driver. He ended up having his front bumper ripped off and coming back from New York yesterday, and he flagged me down and he fist pumped, and he talked for me for a little bit. I'm sorry, I should have got your name and everything. Maybe I could shout you out. But if you're in here, go ahead and say in the comments, call me or whatnot. And, just tell me how everything went, how bad it was to make your, what do they call that, the insurance claim call and all that crap. Let's see here. Danny, craftsmanship is retired or dead. Yeah, you are right about that, especially if you're buying a new house. But like I said, I'm going to try to keep keep on this live. Like I said, we have 14 people in here. If we could, we go ahead and smash the like button. Maybe try to get this out a little bit farther. Maybe if you can share it. If you want to share it maybe to a Facebook group or something. That would definitely be great. Because, like I said, this is stuff that people they don't think about. They don't think about the numbers. They just get into this gig and it's not a business for them. It's just it's a hustle. It's like they think they're going into Uber, you know. And what's funny is I did Uber for a little bit, right? So when the truck was broken down, I decided to do a just trucking kind of thing, and did Uber first a little bit. And at least, in my opinion, if you're doing Uber and you're not getting tips, it's almost not worth it. Especially if you're like out, you're not in like a really centralized city or town, and you have to drive like 30 miles to get to a large city or somewhere that you'll get Uber rides or whatnot. That's almost the same thing. They're getting hustled. People are getting hustled into Uber. There's some guys that make it and some guys that don't. And you got to think of your costs. You got to know, hey, I'm putting an extra 40 miles on here just to get to a client to pick up. You got to take that fuel cost out. You got to figure some kind of maintenance. But most people are thinking is, hey, when I'm done tonight, I'll have $200 or $300 deposited onto my Uber card, my Uber debit card or credit card or what do you want to call it, and I got paid instantly. They don't think about that. Maybe in 6 months, the car's going to need brakes, going to need wheel bearings, belt, timing belt, whatnot. And the same thing happens in trucking too. So. Did I post the link? I did put it, right? Oh, I did put it. We're just gonna heck of it. I'm gonna share it now. Make the audience figure it out. See, wow, we got 15 people in here. Yeah, if you just showed up, what we were talking about here is like the real cost of being an owner operator. Could please go over there and hammer down that like button. Just smash some gears, push her on down in there, and maybe try to get the algorithm to share this out a little bit. We're just trying to do something tonight to try to benefit guys that are hurting. Because some people that right now that are hurting, they haven't sat down and tried to budget their costs, whether it be their home costs or their operating expenses, and they expect money just to magically float in from somewhere. Imagine if you're able to raise your revenue and cut your expenses. There's something for you. I try to. I wouldn't say I try not to be a downer. I do try to be a downer. I'm more of a glasses half empty kind of guy, and I try to say the sky's falling and everything. But there are guys making it. There are guys that are making it. They might be doing something specialized. You might have to change what you're doing. You might have to speak up and actually get involved into calling carriers. Oh yeah, maybe calling carriers, but calling customers, writing professional business emails, like actual professional business emails. Maybe changing your attitude, the way you talk to brokers, the way you perceive brokers. Not every single one of them are your enemy. I've had some very good brokers where I even knew their kids' names. Do I know where they are right now? No, a lot of them got let go. They were what do you want to call it? Agents. They were agents and stuff, and they got let go or they moved somewhere else. And I only had their business email, and we'd chat on that. Or some of them I had their phone numbers, but some of them were business phone numbers too, their business cell phone. So I lost a few good, valuable brokers that I had some good relationships with. Hey, what's up, Dirty Diesel? The Diesel's in the house. Stan. Reminsky? A Polak name, I think. Closed mouths don't get fed, and that is completely true. Closed mouths do not get fed. If you're just, like I said, if you're just expecting for money to fall on your lap, especially in this business, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to. A lot of guys are okay. There's also see, this is supposed to just be about the numbers, but I guess we'll get into everything. So a lot of guys are loners. A lot of truck drivers are loners. All right, they have they're perfectly fine with sticking their head in their cell phone and never talking to a cell, and doing their own thing in the truck and everything. The problem though in business is, like I try to say, and especially in trucking too, it's about who you know sometimes more than what you know, because we can look around and we can see some of these companies out there, and we know that they're ran by idiots, and we know that they're hustling drivers and everything, and some of them don't even have any idea anything about trucking, like nitty gritty, like maybe how to downshift on a grade or how to upshift on a grade or whatnot. They're just you know paper pushers or whatnot. When congestion, but they end up somehow having 200 power units, a couple, maybe 1,000 trailers. They end up doing this, you know, and it's because they were willing to put themselves out there and market themselves. Uh, I randomly called places, said, hey, this is so and so with so and so. Sorry for bothering you this afternoon. I know this having a cold call. But if you could not, if you could at least hear me out instead of hanging up on me, I'd really appreciate it. And I'd be able to talk to a few people. The best thing is, all right, I will tell you this. Sometimes when I would call direct customers, I would act like a vendor or something to get a hold. I usually found out who the manager was of the warehouse or the shipping manager, either through LinkedIn or uh, or some other ways. Sometimes just talking, pulling up one day and just talking to drivers or warehouse employees, say, hey, blah blah blah. Hey, who's your manager by chance? Blah blah. Looking to get in there, and they'll tell you who the manager is, who the shipping manager is, or whatnot. So what I would do is I would call, acting like a vendor, an outside vendor or something, and be like, hey, can I speak to blah 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 blah. I know that sometimes I'd ask, like, hey, when if she's there, what time she's on lunch. Sometimes I would ask the questions like that from employees, and I'd weasel my way onto a phone call with them. And a lot of times they talk to so many people they don't know. They think they might have talked to you before, and I've gotten direct customers like that. You got to have a little bit of balls about it, and you got to how can I put it? Kind of like fake it till you make it a little bit. But you can get in. You can get in with direct customers. I don't know about now. There's probably so many broker agents and stuff. Because guess what? The same thing that happened to us in this industry right now with the overabundance of trucks and fly by night carriers and stuff. The same thing that happened in the broker world. If you go YouTube how to be a freight broker. Tons of hustling on there. Tons of hustling about how to be a freight broker stuff. It's basically you got two hurricanes coming together, and that's really what's screwing this industry up. It's some of it's regulation, some of it's non. Well, when I say non-regulation, what I mean really is like the FMCSA not enforcing the rules that they already have on the books for, you know, uh, training drivers, I guess you'd say, or having knowledgeable drivers out on the road, and this all plays into one thing, and this all affects all of our profits, whether you want to say it doesn't or not. I get a lot of hate about stay in your lane, don't call out guys that don't strap, guys just trying to make a living. Don't call out that he didn't strap his load, don't call out this, don't call out that. And guess what? Eventually, these guys screw up big and have bad accidents. And you know what that affects? Our insurance rates, guys. If you're in a business and you're not just some random, employee, that affects our insurance rates. And the more and more we screw the insurance up, the less and less insurance carriers we get. I remember there was a time where you could call, I don't know, we'll say like 100 insurance carriers for trucks, for commercial trucks. That's dwindled way down the last couple of years. And that's because the nuclear verdicts, it's just not profitable because of what we've allowed this industry to become. And now we have all the scams. And I don't know how the insurance works for these scams. I don't know if they're the ones paying for these loads that disappear and stuff like that. Technically, it's stolen, but you're basically giving them the load. You're literally signing contract, even though they might not mean nothing. You're signing contracts, or you're how about if you're an owner operator? They're probably going to come after you. You have your own authority and stuff, and you somehow fall into one of these scam traps, and you deliver a load to a fake shipper or receiver, or what? Or you deliver a load to a fake receiver out in California, or I don't know, down near the border. Most likely, they don't know if they're in on it or not, and they're going to go after your insurance. Who knows how much that load was? Heck, I delivered. I wish I could book, but I don't know where it is. I know I took one. I delivered like I think 8 or 10 pallets of we'll say Hillshire Farm stuff, maybe some chicken breast and stuff, to Restaurant Depot. It was a multi-stop load, and this was just a small load that went to Restaurant Depot. It was a $26,000 invoice for that. $26,000 for like we'll say 8 to 10 pallets, something like that. It might have been less, but still, it wasn't a whole truck. The whole truck, if you let's say it was the whole truck, you're probably talking about over $120,000, maybe more. Now that's a huge cost to have to go out your insurance. That'll break. And the problem is, even if you change insurance providers, guess what? They all talk to each other. Once you ruin your insurance, unless you're a Chicago carrier, randomly, I don't know, generate different business names and LLCs, you're pretty much done. So I don't know. I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying to be, I know this ain't no DIY semi or capture thing. There's no joke going on or anything like that. But I'm trying to put out some decent information, at least my opinion on how these numbers stack up and things that are hurting the industry and how they affect these numbers. Um, but I don't know. It's really, hey, I'm doing this mostly just to try to help somebody that's either just starting out and becoming an owner operator. I definitely think you should check out one of these budgeting calculators. This one's called Spending Tracker. I know it's got ads or something on it every once in a while, and it tries to make you pay for cloud storage, but obviously it's saved all these it saved all this by itself. So I don't think it really needs cloud storage. Man, if I burp one more time, I could probably like have sold like freaking gas to some natural gas company and profited off it by now. Yeah. Tell you what, carnivore diet. I don't know. It's different, to put it that way. But hey, I have lost a amount of weight. All right, before I go off on that tangent. Let's see. What the Throne Jones? My issue with getting direct customers is what to say and how to be professional. Well, that's like the same way, running a professional business email. Uh, these larger companies, they don't want to deal with a erratic, irrational, typical truck driver owner operator. Now, I'm not going to say we're all like that, but we trust me. You sit down in a TA, or well, most people don't anymore, but you sit down in like a TA, a iron skillet or whatnot, and you listen to the crap going on. You think you'd want these people working with your company? Like I would say, some truck drivers are borderline like mentally like ill, right? And I know guys are gonna get all mad about that. Just like I said, they say stay in your own lane. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about that. Guys just trying to make a living. That's like that union mentality, all right? Those people are bringing everybody down. You know, Why do you think? Why do you think shippers and receivers have the strict rules that they have? Who trashes the place? Who does this? Who does that? I tell you what, there's times where I wonder, where I'll go up and they'll say, dress just like this, polo on, like I said, jeans and stuff, and it'll say no bathroom for truckers, and I'll say, excuse me, like I know I read this time, okay, so I'm not trying to be ignorant, but could I use the bathroom? You know what? They let me use the bathroom. Right after I watched Mr. Flip Flop, I know guys are gonna get mad about this. I mean, on your own time, if you're on your own time and stuff, and you're 34-hour break short. I watched Mr. Flip Flop with his sweatpants. Don't look like the sweatpants have been washed in, I don't know, 2 months. Go in there and try to do the same thing, and it just doesn't fly. Like I said, a lot of stuff that we encounter here, business wise and stuff in the trucking realm is our own fault. We don't call out what we're supposed to call out, and we just allow it to get worse and worse and worse. And nobody's going to step in and help us. I know everyone's like hoping regulation comes in. And what has the government done for regulation for us so far as truck drivers? Allowed us to get what at freaking 7:30 at night. Allowed us to get DOT inspected. Why I know damn right well New Jersey drivers over here driving 90 mile an hour up and down the road and stuff. Who knows what else they're doing? What has regulation brought truck drivers mostly? Nothing good. Nothing good. That's the last thing I want is the government sniffing around in anything related to transportation and stuff anymore today, because they're not doing their due diligence now with safety. They're not. They're not. Like look at the Warner verdict and stuff. And heck, you got the one with the guy's death. How about this? If I was driving down the road and we'll say my drive shaft was coming apart or my wheel bearing was going bad and I was deaf, would I know that's happening? Probably not. If there was stuff falling off my truck and somebody was honking at me, would I even know? Probably not. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm just saying are people's lives worth you having a trucking job? Could you do something else? If you do something else, it probably might actually pay you better. It's just it's just mind blowing. And like I said, this kind of going down the road I don't want it to go down. I'm not trying to get political here, or we won't call it. Trying to think what we call it. We're not trying to get into the nitty gritty of how civilization is turning themselves to do. I don't know, whatever you might want to think about what it's calling it. But it's things like that. It's things like that, especially if you're starting out with your own small business and you're trying to grow a fleet. You never know. Guy could decide, hey, I want to fall off the flatbed here. And God forbid you have a workers' comp claim in the first 2 years of having your business. Like, I was pretty much told that. They said, workers' comp claim in your first 2 years, man, your rates are going to go sky high. Period. Hold on. Carnivore diet coming up. You know what it probably is? Probably. I haven't drank almost soda 2 or 3 months now. And I don't know. I went in, I thought I grabbed the diet, and I looked at it, and I'm like, wait a minute, they changed the label around. And I just said, screw it. I said, what's it going to do? It's going to hurt me? But apparently it is. It's giving me a lot of indigestion that I haven't ever had for a long time. But anywho, so those are the numbers, guys. I mean, I know that I'm probably boring a lot of you. If you, like I said, if you just came in here and you were hoping me to go over the numbers real well, let me see real quick. Try to. I was hoping somebody would come here because I didn't want to debate. But I wanted somebody to have a different opinion or a different view on these numbers, or what like say, hey, well, my numbers are this, and I can make this out of $2 a mile. Something like that. Let's see if I. All right. Let's see. Yeah, sorry. I know I'm trying to devote my attention. I could probably try to talk at the same time, right? But I'm a product of public school here, so. All right, I shared that out on Trucker Feed, so I probably shouldn't have said that because I don't want people to know I'm doing things. You know what? People can figure this stuff out. So yeah, we'll see if anybody actually wants to come in here and maybe you know get their own numbers out or whatnot. Let's see here. Danny, off topic. That's fine. We're already I'm kind of rolling out my steam. I already explained most of the stuff to you. What I was hoping is people would ask some questions, but most of you guys in here already know this stuff. Um, let's see, off topic. But does your mirrors make a loud ass wind whistle? No, no, not at all. Even the one that got hit, actually had the guy tried picking it up and throwing it on like nothing would happen to it, but I mean it got a little bit scraped up. I'm not too worried about it. But it's not clicked in all the way, and I don't get any noise. I don't get any wind noise out of the truck at all. Actually, the only noises I get are the plastic flaring, and the hood. The hood, wherever they have the hood sit on the plastic bump stocks. I put window insulation on them, and so far it's gone away. But the window insulation is starting to get tore up. I'm probably going to buy some kind of felt, like sticky felt or something, and I'll probably wrap the hood pins or whatever you want to call it, the hood mounts or whatever it is. I'm probably going to wrap them in a felt and maybe even add some extra glue on it so the felt stays on. But that's really the only noise I ever got. There was like a little squeaky noise that I had for a while, but it went away. Thanks for driving crazy. Dirty Diesel, Danny. I have a 579, and mine whistles from the time to time. Danny, mine was driving me crazy. I recently put plumber's putty in the crack and it stopped. Nothing like having to put plumber's putty on a $200,000 truck. You know what I'm wondering too? I'm wondering. I know a lot of people say those little, what do they call? Here, probably even mind that. All right, here. Let's see if I can go. Did I move that? No. No. All right, maybe I can pull the picture here. But the little wind diverters on the side of the pillars, I've heard a lot of them people complain about them rattling or some kind of making some kind of noise, maybe vibration noise or something. But I haven't had any of that problem, thank goodness, because that when you're paying this kind of money for a truck, especially since it has, if it can work, when you're paying that money and you expect, you expect quality out of Kenworth, and some of the stuff I compare it to, like, especially the flaring, plastic flaring, I I compare it to like uh, Pro Star quality, like international quality. You know, what I'm not saying, I'm not trying to hate on international, but to be honest, hey, to be honest, the two trucks I had a Pro Star with a Max Force engine that I got real cheap, 16,000. It paid for itself in a year, but I had problems with that. That's one of the trucks that had a problem. And the other one was another Pro Star, and that had an ISX engine in it. And of course, supposedly actually, from what it said, the uh, ceramic ceramic plungers on the fuel pump were changed out to the new updated metal kind stuff, and it basically did the same thing. Blew the engine. Um, And plus, I started to use coolant too. I think it was dropping a line or two. And truck had like 460,000 miles on it, or 480 or something like that. But like it's just quality. Nobody cares. Uh, these these companies now build these trucks for mega carriage just to cycle through. These trucks were not made to. The owner of the owner, like let's say you have a mega carrier, the owner's never going to get to hear about noises the truck's making. Whoever's writing the check isn't going to really ever hear about it. They're not going to care. And Kenworth, Peterbilt, all of them, they're just getting their money for the truck. They're being all bought in bulk, and as long as they're not all blowing up like the Max Forces, the companies that build these trucks, they're never going to hear anything about it. Nobody's going to ever care. The drivers are going to have to deal with all the bull crap. I still can't save my screen. What do you want to call it? We'll set up my screen and save it. So exactly what it'll save for a few days and it'll go right back to where it was. But you know what? The dealership don't really care. It's no big deal. I don't even think whether they're going to try to warranty you that. Let's see, Danny. What till the hanging brackets start cracking? Yeah, wait till the hanging brackets start cracking on KW, or the fuel fittings bug cracking at the tank. The fuel. Are you talking about at the top those plastic elbows with the fuel lines that go into the tank? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about. And wait till the hanging brackets start cracking. Hanging brackets. You mean on the flarings on the side of the truck? I know I think the Peterbilts. I know the Peterbilts were having problems with keeping the flarings on the side of the truck. Dirty Diesel. Within 100K miles, both of my sun visor clips broke. Wow, but you know what that reminds me? You know what clips used to break? I had a T800, and the sun visor clips like to break. And to buy them from the dealership was like $100, and luckily I found an aftermarket thing that kind of fit like perfect for them. I bought like two of them for like $25. Brass, but yes. Okay, all right. Yeah, I hope not. I will tell you what. Uh, that T800 I had, that was the only Kenworth. Yeah, it was the only other Kenworth I had. And you would think that thing rode really heavy, and it had a 14,000 pound front axle, but it had that 8 airbag air. I think they call it air glide. That 8 airbag setup, and I tell you what, that thing rides a lot. That thing rode a lot nicer than this truck. In fact, the 16 Cascadia I had I think rode a lot nicer. For some reason, I don't know why, but when this truck hits bumps, it's okay. And the little bumps, it doesn't dissipate very quickly. I don't know. I don't know if it's something wheelbase has something to do with it, maybe, but it just for some reason it's not right there, especially when it's empty. When it's empty, it's really kind. But like I said, I remember bobtailing in my Cascadia, and it riding a lot nicer than that. But hey, you know what though? Like, hey, I'm getting good fuel mileage, and I look good going down the road as long as things don't keep falling off. You know what I mean? I had my air dryer crack and break off. You run 66 or no 65 up there through Michigan a lot? I guess is that 65? I could see that being a reason why. Oh my God, I put my 9400 on there, and I don't know how the freaking truck survived. But man, I don't know. You're scaring me, man. I gotta. When you have a new truck and stuff like starts breaking like that, especially like the next gen, next next gen, it's supposed to be updated. The best truck, the cream la cream of Peterbilt. Oh yeah, not yeah, Kenworth, and for stuff to start normal stuff to start breaking. happened on 80. Pennsylvania on 80. Oh no, 84. I think 84. Fine. Man, that sucked. We had to have it towed. I'd imagine, right? Or still able to hold enough there. See, like things like that. You shouldn't have to deal with stuff like that on a truck. God, I know, PA. Yeah, and you just freak me out. Now it makes me want to go underneath the truck and check my air dryer. And what was it? The actual did the bracket crack from the frame or the actual air dryer crack? Like I'm not doing all that. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's fucked up there. Okay, cracked at the mouth. Okay, I'll take a look. Take a look then. Because I tell you what, some of these bumps I hit with this truck, yeah, uh, like there's a spot on 84 out there. We'll say like Lake Harmony, I think that's it is. But I don't know what it is about the road, but it's bad. It's that spot. The way they did the concrete there or whatever. Oh, you couldn't see it well. Okay. Well, I'll go under there with the light one of these days, probably sooner than later, and I'll definitely check it out. But that's the last thing I need to have happen. Um, did Kenworth? I don't know how many mods you had on it. Did Kenworth help you out with the tow, or they just have to fix the tow, or was none of it warranty at all? Nothing like having a new truck and what the bumper to bumper warranty go out. What I think I don't know how they count the warranty. I think 100,000 miles is bumper to bumper warranty. I don't know how they would cover that, but I would say that would be a manufacturer defect. 500,000 or 600,000 miles is one thing. Have that happen like within 100,000 miles or so. But like I said, they build these trucks now. The owner or whoever buys them are really take care of the funding and stuff for them. Truck really, they'll see them on day one, all nice and shiny and yay. And but after that, the drivers that have to deal with it, or the owner operators have to deal with it. Yeah. And to be honest, right now, um, the injector problems that these pack cars are having, you would think the highway administration would make them do a recall, for performance, drivability issues or whatnot, and they don't. They don't. And Kenworth doesn't want to do a recall. They're only going to change what they have to change until the warranty runs out, and it's on you. And you can pay for the updated injectors and stuff. So no tow, no tow. I fixed it up good enough to go. All right, so it didn't rip none of the lines out or anything. You were still able to you just bungeed it up or something to hold it up for a while. Mine's not new, but it still uses the same setup on the new one. Oh, okay. So yeah, I can't. The picture's pretty small. So you got one of the older styles still, but yeah, they're pretty much the same. They just have different wood, a few other things. Going on here, here, my life on this life, whatnot. That's a big problem. I probably could. Huh, I guess I didn't turn the camera on. I thought I did. All right, let's see here. What else do I want to talk about here besides the numbers here? before I get off on some tirade about something that has nothing to do with trucking. They do. He's taking 2 hours up the road. I said I'm loved. Huh. Whoops. All right, so yeah, I guess he's driving right now. I guess he was live, but I guess he got off and started driving home, and I guess he's only 2 hours away from home. So I guess he probably up on him. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna try to get a little slow here. I'm sorry. Uh, uh, sorry. He was getting on. He was getting loaded. I guess. I guess he probably was gonna take a little bit longer getting loaded. But, oh well, that sucks. But yeah. So we'll try to get back on the topic of numbers here again. For anybody that actually sat through this in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Uh, you know what? I don't know. We'll leave this as an open discussion right now. Anybody got anything good to talk about in the meantime? If not, I'm gonna probably call it quits here because if he ain't coming on, then and I was hoping F8 might pop on here, or I know Sage watches some of my stuff. I kind of was hoping maybe. Like I said, I'm gonna have to throw some emails out because I'm not big enough to randomly start a live and have a bunch of people jump on and jump into the live like DIY or Cash or anything like that. But like I said, I'm kind of running out of steam here. I don't have much else to say. Uh, Unless somebody actually wants me to try to put in some actual fair figures or hard figures in this budget thing. Like I said, if you're just starting out, let me put disappear in here. But like I said, if you're just starting out and you have no idea what trucking might actually cost you, um, even if you're doing this as a lease purchase driver or a lease owner operator, I highly suggest you get a little budgeting app like this or this budgeting app, Spending Tracker. It'll look like a little wallet. Uh, here, it'll look like a little wallet. And what's a nice thing about this too is if let's say some people have more of a visual learning, I guess you want to say learning curve. If you turn your phone sideways, which it don't work while it's being tapped, if you turn your phone sideways, it'll show you a pie chart. And of course, on this pie chart, your biggest expense is your fuel. But it's pretty nice. Like I said, it definitely brings your costs down to earth and makes you realize, like, hey, this is what I have to make a day. This is what I have to make a week. And like I said, if you want it, you can add your here. Let's see here. Let's say I want to add an expense. You can go to expense. We can go to categories. There you go. We got we got our business expenses, but then you got down here, you got clothing, food, eating out, general gifts, kids, shopping, travel. You can put your home expenses in on this too, and really get down in the nitty gritty. You have to do a little bit of legwork. Like I said, I had to figure out. You have to get a calculator out, and you have to figure out um, your fuel mileage, how much fuel you're about using, what's your average, and everything. But you can do that. It's not that hard. I mean, if you can't do that, I don't know. You should definitely think about whether or not you want to be a owner operator or a company driver. If you're having a hard time figuring those numbers out or how to put that into a calculator. I don't know. That's kind of I don't know. kind of sound like an a-hole there, but it's if I didn't know how to do it, I probably would just stay a couple times. You know what I mean? So we're gonna wind this down now. I know we have 16 in here. I graciously thank you for coming in here. My lives usually don't get up over, I don't know, we'll say 20 or 30. Um, let's see, Christina Robert. Yeah, out here you need to watch the pennies because we don't make dollars. Yeah, that's true. That's kind of like what's going on now. Uh, Either that or you have you have more dollars going out than you have coming in. Like I said, it doesn't take that much bad luck for you to watch the business go down too. And there were times when it was happening, I had to decide whether or not I wanted to like use credit card, take out more loans and stuff, and try to wait things out. Uh, but you have to know. Sometimes in this business, you have to know when it's time to quit. Like these lease purchase guys, they'll stay in this. They'll stay in the game. Sometimes 2 months not making money. They're using. They're so far in the hole that they're over there with their com data or their EFS card taking out advances. I see them. I watch them. I've had truck drivers come up to me and ask me for money for food. Like, hey man, I just started that. Was it Order Express? No, I don't know. It was a decent mega carrier, but it was kind of well known. Wasn't Swift. Maybe it was Trans Am. I had a Trans Am driver, I believe. Like literally asking me for food money. And I said, well, don't you have advances and stuff? He's like, oh, they already used advances, or it'll take my check, and I got bills to pay and stuff. And I was like, oh gosh, I was like, you got people out, you got literally guys homeless driving around in truck traffic. Like I don't mean homeless is nowhere to keep a roof over your head. Technically, it's a roof over your head, but like you literally got guys that they, I don't know. It's sad. Christine Roberts. I paid out about $9,000 in repairs over the last 3 months. Yep, just like that, it's gone. And you know what? I know. I could preach cash. Cash is king, and all this other stuff. But if you don't have, how do we put it? If you don't have the cash flow coming in, and you start dealing with stuff like that, uh, you know, God help you. A credit card will make that go away. Will make that stress go away. You'll pay with the credit card. You'll pay the freaking $300 or $400 a month or $500 a month, and that too. You got to hope that truck don't decide to do that to you again in 3 or 4 months. But a credit card can be a lifesaver for instances like that, and that's why I also preach to get your LLC. Um, here we go again. Yeah, just get your LLC and age it. I know it's like banks, credit card companies. They want to know when your LLC, when you officially went into business, and like within 6 to 8 months, I was able to secure Capital One credit cards, the Spark card, and everything like that. And they will save your butt. Um, Although if things go terribly wrong, you're going to be in debt. It's just you gotta plan it. Uh, I can't even say that because I thought I had it planned out. When I had two drivers, I figured if I would have hired another driver, I figured I could have worked maybe like 3 or 4 days a week and concentrated on other things. But look where I am now. Look where I am now. Then I started making frantic decisions. I'll say that. Like this truck had to make frantic decisions. I should have just I should have took the money I had saved up, and I should try to get a loan here. I could have waited a little bit for the market to settle down and for banks to be willing. But you know what? I would have a high interest rate too. So, like I said, I don't know. It's everything can go foo bar in a second. But like I said, having a credit card for things like this, that could be the matter of being in business or not being in business. Let's see. Dirty Diesel. I'm in a lease purchase, but wouldn't do one with a mega carrier. Yes, that's true. Most lease purchases with smaller companies. Uh, I know a company right now, AFC Transport, where well I don't know they did raise the price, but they're pretty upfront with the way their lease work. It and they offered some sort of warranty and stuff. It wasn't as bad as what you could get. And also, if you were a decent driver and you had, like, let's say you had a problem like this, and you were having problems putting money on your table, they would actually, like, I've seen this, like, deduct you know deduct deduct the percentage. They would maybe lower the percentage a few times, a few settlements for you. Uh, they would let you roll a truck payment over to I guess on the back side or whatnot. And sometimes they'd whip out their credit card, they'd pay for something for you. You'd have to pay them back, but they wouldn't charge you interest. And that's sometimes when having a carrier, like having somebody like DIY Semi, that's where you'll sometimes make more money being leased to a carrier than you ever would with your own authority. Unless like I said, you professional, you write those professional emails, talk your way into customers, get a hold of the people that you need, get past the Karens, I guess you could say. Sometimes these office ladies are like very, I don't know how to put it, but they're gatekeepers. Right? They don't need a bunch of telemarketers calling the manager every day and bothering them with stupid stuff. They don't need a bunch of sketchy truck drivers. The ones we're talking about, some of the owner operators. They don't need them calling and bothering the manager and management and everything. And you know what? Sometimes they don't even make the call. Sometimes it's corporate. They can relay stuff to corporate, but ultimately, usually corporate's the one to make the call. I'll make you uncomfortable. I'm back. The show was awesome. Couldn't stop laughing. Well, that's good. Glad you got some laughter out of the show. With the way things are going, in the world right now. That'll be for another channel, maybe eventually when I'm able to go live over there. Um, well, let's see here. Ryan Sims just got oh wait, yeah, Christine Robert. Oh, I went into some debt, about 16 on the business line and $5,000 on the business credit card. Yep, yep. And you know what though? When you get into markets like this is when it gets sketchy. If you have debt, uh, I mean, I took the truck debt, okay? But I mean, I tried very hard not to have to use any other credit card to do anything like that. I got $2,000 left on the smart card, and it was up to. I know it had a balance. I don't know. I think I had a balance on it, but it was up to $42,000 on a credit card. $42,000 on a business credit card, and I got it paid down to like $25. Uh, I probably, if I really wanted to, I could. If I wanted to, I could just pay it off right now. And the problem is, I'll be honest right now. Things are getting slow here again. Um, I'm doing these short runs into New York and stuff, and I'm just, I guess I'll just hold on to little debt payments here for a while until I make sure that nothing arises. I don't have, like, let's say the truck decides to break down and sit in the dealership for 2 or 3 weeks. I gotta have some money to sit on for that. And that's the way I'm thinking now. I could pay that off real quick. It's like a little bit left, but it's just, I guess worse than the worst. I could live off the credit card, but I'd rather just not do that. Um, like I said, don't listen to me for business advice. All right, I frantically have followed my way into trying to stay in business before and stuff like that, and now seeing that sometimes that's not the best idea. I didn't really. The biggest thing is I didn't think the lockdown would have lasted as long as it did, and I guess I could bet on that. I want to say that. There we go. See, Ryan Sims, it's just gotta survive your first year. Yes. I can't even say that though. If you had your first year, what, in 2021, 2022, there, you know, I sure hope you paid everything off. Like having a year like that for your first year is like freaking cakewalk. Unless you're like bought a overpriced truck that's like used for $200,000 or something. Let's see, Christina Roberts, alternator, starter, AC compressor, 4 batteries, 6 tires, PM. Yep, yep. And that's where either learning some stuff yourself or knowing somebody that can help you out is. But then again, if that stuff happens on the road, you sometimes you're screwed. I mean, I still keep a toolbox. I keep a Harbor, but it's a brand new truck, and I keep like a 250-piece Harbor Bay brake toolbox. I have jumper cables, and like $40. I think they're like 20-foot long Harbor Bay freight jumper cables. I have a set of chains. I have a set of chains in here in case I need, ever get stuck. I get pulled out by hopefully another driver or somebody with a pickup truck or something, so I don't have to pay some wrecker company $2,000 to pull me, take 10 minutes and pull me out of being stuck in a little divot or something. It's things like that. And you know what? When I had employees, they had toolboxes and stuff. I had toolboxes. I had trailer lights in there, actual like heat crimps and stuff like that. And they actually fixed lights themselves and stuff. And usually I would throw them like $20 or $50 bill or something like that. They never really asked for it, but they said they did something like, "Hey, I fixed this light. Just take a look at it." And I take a look at it, like, "Oh yeah, you did a good job, all right." And I'd be like, "Oh, here." I'd throw them $50. No, sometimes they take it, but I tried. But it's like little things like that will add up. Especially you take stuff like that to PA. Between the time lost waiting around there and 400, like $300 or $400 bill you get to rewire lights or something stupid like that. I mean, sometimes they don't beat you up, but more often than not, they do. I'll make you uncomfortable. Plan ahead. I don't anymore. Christina Roberts, but that $16K is also paying my insurance in full for it. Yep. And you know what? You're probably getting cash back on that. I mean, I'm not trying to go, like, trust me, like I said, I'm more of a Dave Ramsey kind of guy, but I can see where you could save interest on whatever your insurance payment was. Dirty Diesel. All of our stuff is direct customer, but our salesmen don't go and get any more customers. Then stuff slows down if they hire too many people in one area. You know what? That too. When you have a direct customer, like even like stuff. When I did the utility poles, they hired new salesmen because they got rid of some of the salesmen that didn't have college degrees. Old timers that were with the company before it got bought out by Cascade. And the sales guys were using shipping costs to entice, because they don't care. They got their whatever, their commission and stuff. So they were going in and they were competing using sales what is it? Transportation costs as a tactic. And there for a while, it was, I would say, who the hell, who's quoting these? These are oversized loads, or no? How about this? They would quote. So we go out to we had FEMA poles we would deliver out to like Central Islip and stuff like that, and they would quote it for being able to do 2 runs a day out there. I said, you realize there is no freaking way you could run 2 runs a day going over to GW Bridge and the Bronx Expressway going out to Central Islip to drop off poles. I said, I don't care if you start at 2:00 in the morning, you can't do it. You're going to sit somewhere for 3 or 4 hours in traffic, either getting there or coming back. And stuff like that. That you talk about sales team stuff like that. Sometimes having a direct customer isn't. You got to also here. It's great that you have a direct customer, but when you start encountering things like this, you got to realize that it might not benefit you from having, sure, you're making some money off it, but when you start having problems like salesmen and undercutting, using transportation stuff to gain bids and undercut other competitors or whatnot, that might not be a customer you want to keep. Like, this is a big thing with the as coming from a mechanic too. You did like mechanic work for people or you cut people breaks. Sometimes it's better to cut ties with stuff like that than it is just to be like, put up with it. Kind of not articulated very well. Sometimes you got to fire your customer. We'll put it that way. Let's see. Christina Roberts. I have one direct customer I have been running with for 3 years, and one I just got into 3 days ago. I also run a consistent lane with a broker. Yep, and that's exactly what to do. And you know what sucks though? I used to say, make relationships with brokers, but all the relationships that I built up, especially during what we had there, late 2001 and 2002 and all that, or middle of 2001, what we had there, all those relationships are gone. Like I said, a lot of them I just think they got canned. I honestly think phone numbers don't do nothing. I email people, I don't get emails back because right now technically, even though the economy is probably not in the best place, and I might not be 100% prepared financially to get another truck and hire a driver, I want to do it. I want to do it. There's a little voice inside of me that says, just right now, truck prices are going down. Right now, it's a good time to do it. I know a lot of people would say you're an idiot for thinking that way, but if you don't try, you're never going to grow or do anything. You're always scared that you're going to go bankrupt or whatnot, or lose everything. You're always going to wonder if maybe, hey, if I hung in there long enough, I could have had like a legitimate business and had what do you want to call it, generational wealth. That's one thing I would really like to try to build a family. Came from immigrants and everything way back in, I don't know, let's say like 1900s, well, 1910 or 1890 or something. I don't know. But I'd like to try to build something for my family, even if it's a small little fleet of like 30 or 40 trucks or something like that. Nothing huge. That's kind of like my goal. If it ever turned into something bigger than that, hey, it does. It doesn't. The desert Canadian. Huh. Okay. I'll make you uncomfortable. Let's see, Christina again. Christina, I mean. Yeah, I could pay off some old debt with low balance, but I agree with you. I'm afraid to give up the cash just in case I need it. Yes, and that's exactly how I feel right now. If worse comes to worse, I could pay for something with credit card. It's just, I don't know. I always feel like shit's ready to hit the fan every 5 minutes, even though it's a new truck. I've had way too much bad luck the last 3 years. How do you become a millionaire in trucking? Start as a billionaire. Yeah, well, they all say that. But you know what? Times were different. The way we were perceived as, drivers or owner operators were different too. I mean, some of these guys, they started out with like an old 2-speed Mack hauling, I don't know, hay and grain and stuff, and now they got multi-million-dollar trucking company. There was an interesting story. I don't know if it was JB Hunt had an interesting story behind him, but there's a trucking company I remember had an interesting story where they started from nothing. Like I'll even give the company I used to run for, AFC Transport. I believe he's Ukrainian or at least Eastern European, but he doesn't run the place like Eastern European. Actually, yeah, he has people run the place for him. And I think he actually was smart. I think he put the business into place. So, the brownie points of having a woman run business. But he he started out with just like a Volvo, just an older truck, like I think like a '90s Volvo or something, or maybe it was a Flight, and built it up. He didn't have no Russian mafia money or whatever. I don't know whatever goes on there in Chicago now. He started like just a regular owner operator and grew and grew and grew and grew. Uh, like right now, there things are easier for some people. Like if I had land and had a place to store trucks and a place to build a pole barn and things like that, it would be easier. But like right now, I'd have to like lease property. I'd have to have a place to park the truck. I don't like drivers taking trucks home for the most part. I mean, if they're local, I guess. But I mean, over the road. Of course, it's gonna have to put their house as well. But I like being able to see the truck every once in a while. So that was a big thing for me. And just knowing that it was safe, but especially now with people putting holes in tires, stealing stuff. But this people are stealing stuff left and right. Fuel, um, what was it? Those body control modules for the Freightliners and stuff. And I already having enough problems. I didn't need to be robbed from. You know what I mean? Oscar DM. Vast majority of brokers could care less about relationships with carriers. They just care about who is the cheapest carrier and cutting other brokers out. And that's true, but that's what I said before. The the whole broker mentality has also changed. It's the same stuff that has happened on the trucking side with guys getting in the industry that have no idea what they're doing, and the money was running rampant and the hustling and everything. The same thing. If you watch these broker videos, how to be a broker, how to be a dispatcher, and stuff, and all that, you'll see because there's guys over there that are trying to run decent, legitimate brokerages, either through home or whatnot. And like you said, they're cutting throats. They have somebody that has no idea really what their costs are, or they have no costs because they're I don't know in an apartment somewhere with some like cheap crappy laptop and a couple mints mobile cell phones, and they're trying to run a brokerage. You know and like I said, it's not only the brokers that usually want the cheapest; it's the customers too. Uh, I had a Muncie, no, not Muncie. It might have been. I'm trying to think the name of the town over here off of 80. Morton, something with a W. Anyway, off of 80 and 99 there's a brick manufacturer, and I kind of talked to them a little bit, and I was hoping to set something up with them, but they just wanted the brick brand so cheap, it was ridiculous. And then I had brokers that they went in there and actually got some of those lanes to run the brick, and they were flat out truthful with you because you'd call them up and they'd be like, "Look, I don't know how they're going to get this moved." Like, but this is what they're offering, and I'm taking like 10% off of it or whatever. Like they just told me exactly what they were doing, and there were people were running it. Somebody was running that stuff, and it was the customer. The customer wanted the shit moved real cheap. It was just like we'll say from 99 and I-80 in Pennsylvania, they wanted like $500 to run it up to something. Not Rochester, like Biloxi, New York, things like that. Job sites, where they're building houses and stuff, things like that. Like they just wanted incredibly low amounts to run a heavy brick. You're talking like 40,000 pounds or 46,000 pounds. Uh, let's see, Christine Roberts. I'm local to you. Hire me. Oh no! Why you got your own thing going on there? Why would you want me to hire you? I could never offer you what you probably could get at a mega carrier. I tried to offer stuff like that, but like I said, I offered a subsidy for my drivers to get a health insurance from the marketplace. Um, but yeah, so we're at 3 hours. I'll go. I'll hang in here to 10:30, especially if we start getting good comments here. I'll hang in till about 10:30 ish, and then I gotta pack the laptop up. I gotta unplug everything. I got the TV going on over here too. I got the whole pit wheel setup going on. I try to actually have another camera here, but I'm not gonna pay for what I am right now. I'm not gonna pay $50 a month for professional stream card. If I had like 80 to 100 people come into this live store, I would pay maybe $40, $50 a month for that second camera and everything. But as of right now, I'm just not that interested. Not that interesting, or not able to get my point across, at least in a light that people find entertaining. Let's see, Christina Roberts. I made gross $160,000 on 57,000 miles last year. Wow, that's really good. The thing that sucks about with that though is fuel mileage. And you said you were local too, didn't you? So you're paying Pennsylvania fuel too, aren't you? See, a lot of people would be like, "Man, that's great," but I know Pennsylvania fuel prices, so um, I try to get my guys to get. I mean, I know IFTA and all that stuff, and everybody talks about it, but still, I tried to get my guys to get fuel in your. But now Jersey's the same price as Pennsylvania, so uh, that's still good though. Those numbers are still good for 57K. But like I said, I know Pennsylvania fuel. Hey, we got area code 757. Good evening from Virginia. I-85, I-95 northbound in Aberdeen, Maryland. I know Aberdeen, Maryland very well. I delivered to some military food warehouse there. Spartan or something. Um, yeah, you would think that place would probably be a lot nicer and cleaner than, compared to, the food it brings to soldiers. Uh, you can see around 26K in fuel. So, about 10% of your growth, I guess. Yeah, here I am, freaking trying to do math in my head. Like a freaking public school taught person I am. Hmm. I'll drop a little bit. All right, so yeah, it's about 16 to 17% of your growth. Yeah, nine K in tolls. Yeah, I know, freaking that. Like I said, even here, my last week I paid $1,680 tolls, and that was for last. No, that was for the week, right? No, that was for the month. Man, yeah, for the month. I kept around 70K, I think. Now, do you have insurance and everything too? Because I tell you what, if we're on here with a couple, I guess we still have maybe some. Hold on. I guess we still have some company drivers in here. I tell you what, they'd probably be laughing at you right now. I mean, I'm not saying I'm laughing. I'm just saying what how a company driver would act, especially if they end up working for Walmart. Uh, I am a carrier owner. I know my numbers. Yeah, yes, you do. You do know your numbers. I bet you there's a lot of people. If I just came out, like if I just walked up not around here, but if I go to like a truck stop and I just randomly, yeah, I should try that. See, I don't have the balls like Alex does. I've already telling guys that they cut in front of the line or something. Hey, excuse me, the line starts. I've already gotten almost like stupid, simple things like that. But maybe that would be good if I could come up, maybe a little lapel mic and stick or something. Be like, hey, you're an owner operator, right? Well, yes, I am. What are your costs? How much it costs you per mile? Well, I gross 10 grand a week. That make tons of money. Got my Peterbilt and blah 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 blah. Well, yeah, but how much it costs you to run the Peterbilt? How much you put in fuel? Well, I put about nope, well, like 5 grand a month in there, maybe. I mean, I don't know. That would be kind of neat just to see, but I like people become complacent. That's all. And the sad part about it is I wouldn't say exactly that it's your own fault for that. Um, I would say everybody takes advantage of us smaller business owners in this industry that don't know any better, can't do professional emails, uh, can't like yeah. I'm trying to say this. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to say this in an educational light. And like I said, the problem is these carriers. Because I will say, there's carriers that take advantage of owner operators. Right? There's brokers that do it. There's dispatchers that do it. And I just wish we were able to put the point across to better educate people. And like I said before, there's a problem with truck drivers, as I know, they're kind of like loners, and they're very stubborn. If you read my comments, you'll see that some of the arguments I make are just common sense arguments, but they're so stubborn to take ownership of their stupidity, and it, just, it that also translated to business, unfortunately. And the more people that have a problem or are unable to uh, get that through their heads, it causes a cascade effect to where nobody takes us seriously, and we're able to get taken advantage of. Spartan Nash, yeah, yep, Spartan Nash, I know, and try to avoid it. Yeah, I know. They're actually the last time I was in there, it wasn't that long, but I have been there for like 8 hours before, and I hate how you come in and you have to call up in front of the guy in the window, and like, come on, and you get some guy, hello, what is your truck number? I don't log you in, uh, and you just gotta hope that they get everything right on clothes, everything else, and then you gotta call to them and tell them, the same number. You gotta tell them you have stuff on the truck. It's just, I don't know, it's just really weird. You would think something that's involved with the U.S. military or the government would be all like ran by either ex military or at least something. We have veterans some jobs or something. No, instead we have a call center. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm not even Anywho, area code 757. I'm headed to Bob's Furniture tomorrow for 1400. Man, if you think about it, one of their couches at Bob's Furniture costs 1400. How much is your tire if you blow? See, this is where Sage. I mean, this is where Sage would probably try to rip me a new one, but I don't know. I just, we know this getting into it. At least I kind of did. The profit margins are just ridiculous, and there's no way to push back on it unless everybody ran like a business. And the recent mega carriers are able to push back the numbers because they have the capacity. They can take an entire customer, and you know what? That means that customer doesn't have to, they don't have to go through this carrier, this carrier, this carrier, this carrier. They don't have to keep track of that. They don't have to write the check. It makes things simpler for them. And that's basically the power the mega carriers have, is the capacity, and also don't forget they can also come in. They can have somebody in an office with the the warehouse people, and they offer a logistics service. I'm just some dude with a cell phone and a laptop and send emails back and forth. What do I have to offer? Three drivers? Well, people could think of two drivers. A couple, maybe two flatbeds, three flatbeds. Uh, that's why they're able to sometimes get better numbers than your average one or two truck owner operator or small fleet, because they can, they decide. Like, to be honest, I mean, if they there is some competition between mega carriers, but let's say Swift was in Target. We'll say they're Target. That's almost like a little relationship they got going on there. Because if Swift wanted to pull out of Target and just be like, we don't feel like working with you. You're a pain in the butt customer or whatnot. I know there's contractual agreement and everything, but they broke all the time, and it'll just be thrown into the lawyer cost, whatever you want to call it. But that could really screw. You really could screw a customer like that, and that's where they kind of rely on you, and you kind of rely on them, and it's a little bit of a happy medium. Because there are times I've gotten the customer I had. There are times that we've gotten the heat of the face, and I thought they would either throw me out, you know, and then I actually, they'd come back and they would negotiate with me, because I guess at that time it was more of a pain in the ass for them to go find somebody else, and then hopefully that retrain them in the way that they do their invoice, they move their invoices around, or invoice me, or not really invoice, but how we like use their program to, because we had to keep track of the polls for them, and certain things like that when we delivered. Um, they had an app that they would sign, and it's just they'd had to retrain people. I mean, it's not that hard, but still, it was work. It was extra work for them. Let's see. Christine, I work 30 hours a week and I'm home every night. I'm working on raising my gross and it turns net numbers by reciprocating lanes, hence the new direct customer. I was on track for 200K this year, but I got cheap. Yep. Now you probably realized that the economy was changing, and you started wondering if it might not be the time to grow crazy. Area code 751. I'm company guy. We have 20 trucks all northeast running Penske Cascadias, 1,500 weekly off weekends. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, especially if you're off weekends. I mean, there's guys that are like, oh, I could run it. I don't, I could run it an LTL carrier and make more than that and stuff. But like I done the whole LTL thing. Sure, you're home. You'll get home either in the morning or depends on your shift is. But you still have no life. Like I said, you're tired. You barely eat. You eat something that was sitting in the microwave. Your wife took care of it or something, and you probably sometimes you get a more quality of life if you're doing something like that. Christine, I have said a million times, I go work for Walmart and make 110K a year and 80% less headache. Yes, yeah, that is true, and that's the way a lot of people sometimes think too. Uh, I don't know. I guess for me, like when I could have easily went work for Walmart, how the Pottsville Walmart right there and stuff. I just didn't want to put. I don't know. There anymore. There's so much like politics involved, and not like actual politics, but like company politics involved with a lot of these bigger companies and stuff. Um, I know they got the cameras and stuff, and I used to be a manager. I used to use Smart Cam and keep closely drivers. The system kind of sent it to you, and then you're supposed to be like, yeah, okay, that's good, and be and coach drivers. But I've heard horror stories about Walmart. But, and you gotta take everything with a grain of salt. I've heard them like, get mad at people for like picking their nose, moving their coffee cup, stuff like that. And I deal with that. It's bad enough that if Sarah camera yells at me, for when I'm going like 3 or 4 miles over the speed limit. That I'm about irritated about, even though they don't really bother me about it. You I've had no crashes ever, well, except for one, but it was her fault anyway because she didn't have no license. She wasn't even supposed to be here, and she was working for a nanny for some rich couple up in Connecticut. Uh, but I pretty much didn't damage the truck at all. The trailer, for the car, that car was screwed up. That you don't have a license and you're an illegal immigrant. Hey, it's going to be your fault. Just take pride in doing my own thing. Yeah, that too. That too. Uh, Sometimes it's more fulfilling knowing that you're building your own thing than it's working for somebody else. And you know what's bad though? Uh, companies aren't the way they used to be. Like, they don't really bother to try to hold on employees. Uh, because just the whole mentality of where you might not get paid a lot, you might not get raises but at least like the company actually appreciated you, your manager appreciated it. Now there's the whole mentality of they go like I know Walmart. It's like uh, if you're a manager of a store or a company or something, after a few years, they're like, man, the corporate removes their manager and moves them around because they don't want them becoming friendly with some of the employees, right? Whatnot. Uh, they will move them around, and you know what? It destroys the whole. You could being friends with a manager or even upper management. You'll put up with a little extra more sometimes just for being human beings, actually, than you would normally if treat people like the way they treat them. And then there's nobody's ever going to see a pension. Like pensions are dead, things like that. It's the whole mentality. Matt MG, lawn and landscape. Um, Wondering if I commented on. Are you happen to be the guy that had, had an old lady pull out in front of you and wrecked the F-150? I wonder if you happen to be that landscape guy I commented on, talked to you for a little bit on his comment. So if you are, man, I hope everything's going all right for you. What's up, bud? Truck pulling up for you? Yeah, it's doing all right. It's doing all right. Christine, I worked for Old Dominion, Prime, Black Horse Carrier. I know them well, Black Horse and Old Dominion. So yeah, figure you're probably around the area. And R&L. I've never really heard bad things about R&L. In fact, I tried to work for them, but the big thing is like I never wanted to get my hazmat. I remember everyone's like, "Oh, hazmat, you make more, you make more." And there was a time where shit, you had hazmat, you were like one of the top of the line drivers for anybody. But now it's like just it doesn't pay that well. Have to deal with all that extra bullshit. Uh, anyway, let's see. Some were great, but again, you're just a number. Yep. I thought to myself, if I don't try, I'll kick myself. So yeah, so I did it. I'm pretty good at it. Yep. Matt MG Lawn and Landscape. My dad's an owner operator for 40 years now, and still trucking. Last month, he was parked for 3 weeks. Said he wasn't trucking just for fuel. Yep, yep. I could definitely understand that. Hey, Brandon Thomas in the house. Good evening, everyone. Love Jack Knife TV. Love the studio. Yeah. It's a really interesting studio here. It costs $200,000. It's got a great backdrop. Matt, no, sir. That was a guy named Josh. Okay, all right. I was just wondering because I know I comment on him, and that's only for I didn't. I don't know. I just tried to put two and two together, so I figured it, and maybe uh, he may have subscribed or something or whatnot. But how this? I mean, I guess you have a landscaping and lawn care business. I imagine like your profit margins are probably a little bit better than trucking. You know what I mean? Um, well, then I guess, employees also really ruin that too. Employees with landscaping business. But that's like kind of thing I try. I don't try to. Yeah, I'm not trying to sound like a baby here, but the the problem is we really did a lot of this to ourselves when it comes to profit margins and what we allow shippers or brokers to do to us. And it's not necessarily that we're trying to like at least me, it wasn't necessarily like I was trying to take the broker and hang them upside down. I understand that they provide a service. But there's so many other guys out here that don't know their numbers. Well, super taken advantage of. And they just devalue small business owners. They devalue the whole market. Like you see some stuff out there, some of these companies that are running around, they devalue it for everyone else. Sure, they might be making money, but they're and a lot of people are going to be like, oh, don't hate the player, hate the game. But the shit that they're doing is it's what's making the laws and the regulations for the game. And it's also what's I would say is almost setting the market price for the game, I guess you could say. And the problem is those people aren't living like normal middle. Some of the ones I can't say all, but some of those people aren't living like normal middle class American citizens. And I'm not talking about this ain't going to be I'm not trying to get into color or anything like that because there's there's white people that are driving trucks. It looks like the truck hasn't been cleaned or washed for 10 years, and they don't look like they've been cleaned and washed in 10 years. And I know damn right well they're not hauling $3 or $4 a mile freight. They might sit there and PA and bullshit everyone that they are, but the only reason they're moving all the time is because they are the bottom dollar. They don't have cost. They don't care. They don't have that will to. Uh, they don't care about a hot tub in your house. They don't care about buying a new Silverado. They don't care about putting their kids through college or anything like that. And they're a broker or a customer's wet dream if they can at least get the job done. They can get from point A to point B without any trouble. And I know we always say that shippers and stuff they get pissed off about them, but for the most part, if nothing really actually goes wrong, they will put up with stuff. They will put up with a lot depending on how much money they're saving. And of course, one day something really bad happens and that's gone. But still, they devalue what we're worth. And I'm not trying to sound tacky, that know your worth kind of thing and stuff like that. But um, there is competition in. I would never say for the government to come in and kill competition and kill this, but there's we allow this stuff to happen. We allow this to go on. Uh, Nobody calls it out. Nobody call when you see these trucks rolling down the road. Like I saw an oversized rolling down the road in Connecticut, probably we'll say 2 feet, maybe 2.5 feet off each side. No oversized signs, no nothing. There was no name on the side of the door. No name, no DOT numbers. Gray Volvo truck. And you know what I did? I'm probably gonna get hate for it. Guess who I called? I called the state trooper barracks down there because we were rolling right up on the scale. We were going westbound on 84, right? And I reported it. I reported it. He didn't have the damn load strap down right either or anything like that. And it's I don't care if the guy's trying to make money or whatever, or he's starting out or whatever. Fucking, it's just I apologize there. It's making us look unprofessional, screwing up for everybody else. That the load will fall off, something will happen, and it'll be on the news, and everybody like, oh, there's another dumb trucker. They're all waste of lives. Devalue the blue collar trucker. Keep devaluing them. Devalue the owner operator. Devalue what we are, and you know, when people think about owner operators and truckers, you know what they don't think about like somebody like DIY or Cash, that big trucking. They don't think about Justin. You know, they automatically think about what you see there on Bonehead Truckers. Bonehead Truckers is what comes to play, and I'm not hating on Bonehead Truckers by no means, but that's the type of that's what shippers see, that's what brokers see, and I guess they build up an actual relationship with you. But to be honest, a lot of brokers, some of the truck drivers they deal with on a daily basis, some of the ignorance and stupidity they deal with, and the foul mouthery and just the sleazy slime ball stuff. And I'm not trying to just call out everybody or anything. It's just we devalued ourselves. That's all. I know I said devalued like 10 times, 20 times, but it's true. And I'm gonna get pushback for that. Like I said, I get a lot of times in my videos I'll get told stay in my lane, don't worry about what's going on in my truck and this and that. But it's time for us to start calling out some of this stuff, and you can't go up to it and call it out. I'll tell you that. Like I said, just going up to somebody and being, hey, the line starts over there. Basically, well, I don't know. It would have got somebody's teeth knocked in, either mine or his, one or the other. So, just the simple fact of doing something like that. So you do, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can't have irrational owner operators and stuff like running around like that, because guess what? The reason you can't get a hold of a lot of these customers and stuff, and do stuff, because you have that out. You have owner operators that'll come up and come on the property and freak out, throw trash, or they'll open the doors up and they'll back up and they'll dump the product. And we all say we want to do that shit and everything, but you can't. You can't. It just you do something like that and it gets around. You think your next customer is gonna side with you on whatever happened? No, they'll probably side with the multi-million-dollar customer that you just dumped all their crap out on the ground with. They ain't gonna hire you. Now, how's your insurance company gonna think about that? We all want to do these things, and I've wanted to do it. It's just like how I want to sometimes push these people off the road that just continuously cut you off and everything. But you know what? Whose the fault's going to be? It's going to be my fault. And whose time it's going to waste? It's going to really waste my time. My time is worth money. That guy's just driving home. He'll get home and have a couple beers, or the lady will go home and, I don't know, relax or do something, or maybe she might not have to be able to cook dinner now or something. I don't know. But ultimately, I'm the one that gets screwed. So I end up hitting the brakes. I end up slowing down. I end up just letting them do what they want to do. It's just the whole mentality of certain people in this industry is so unprofessional. And I'm not going to say I'm the one that's super professional. There's some videos that I put out there that are rather unprofessional. But you got to kind of talk the language to be able to talk to some of these people. And sometimes I get myself up into a little bit of an angry fury too. So, let me go through comments here. I see them popping up. Yeah, no sir, guys. Any thoughts? Christine, yeah, Matt. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Matt MG, lawn and landscaping. It's just trucking. When it's good, but fuel and maintenance is a bitch. Yeah. And that's what I mean. It's just everybody in our pocket. Everybody. And there's a lot of, if I go through it and I think about a lot, like just being a mechanic. I had a mechanic job back. I wish the guy that was supposed to go in with me didn't back out, but there are ways to create money for yourself. All right. And I'm not saying like rip people off really, but there's ways to bring your profit margins up without hurting your customers and stuff. and it's fact that if you treat yourself like a professional and stuff, they'll be happy. They'll be happy. And just like I said before, if you're, I'm willing to pay for repairs at a good cost if you're that professional. If when I pull in the yard, it's not covered with a bunch of, I do have somebody that I respect that their yard looks like this. But when you pull into their yard for repairs, you know, a bunch of trash and dirty, shitty old trucks laying around, you park and stuff. There isn't parts strewn all over the place. I'm willing to pay more for that to know when I walk up and the guy in the toolbox, he opens the toolbox up and it's like the tools aren't just look like they're in a bag and dump them on top and all over the floor and everywhere. I'm willing to pay more for that. I'm willing to pay, you know, guys actually come in early and will, you know, get me in and out early. I'm willing to pay for that. What I'm not willing to pay for is like what I said, you know, parts pushers and guys that have no idea what they're doing. And they just say, oh, we'll just freaking invoice the guy. That might not be the right part. Whatever, he's going to pay for it anyway. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Go in and be like, I'm not paying for that. Just like what happens with us, we provide a service. We have very little, you know, say usually in our price that we you know, think we should offer. But I tell you what, dealerships do. Dealerships have a say what you're going to pay. You know, you're not going to go in there and tell them what you're going to pay for labor. You're not going to go in there and tell them what they're going to pay for your time. But we do. We do that. We allow everybody to tell us what we're going to pay for our time. You know, sure. I mean, some of these mega carriers they bid on jobs and stuff, but there's times where they'll put their foot down and get what they want. It's a very finicky thing, and like I said, it also like the market. There's more trucks that are needed right now. Uh, just everything. There's the ball is not in our court. We cannot demand our prices. We can't do anything. And there's a lot of baggage out there that they're fine running with. Like I said, you know, the money's going. The money might not even be staying in this country that they're sending that they're getting the settlements or their whatever for. And guess what? $2,000-3,000 a week, you know, in pesos, it's a lot of money. You know, U.S. money, $2,000 or $3,000 U.S. money. You know, container drivers and stuff. So, you know, gets transferred into pesos. It's you know, it's a really good good living down there for your family. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I don't blame them. I blame the system. I blame things that allowed it to be like that. They should be able to live here in the United States and make just as much money as we do. I mean, they might be happy, but still, it's somebody's getting screwed along the way. Oh, uh, jackknife. You pierogi eating truck driver. Yeah, on the KW automated 10-speed transmission. Is it normal for the first and second gear shifts uh, to be slipping? Uh, hey, you know what? You're a Pollock too. It's a 10-speed automatic. That means you have an older automatic, I would imagine. And 10-speed automatic pretty suck. They have a clutch in them. They do have a clutch. They have a pressure plate and everything. I honestly don't know. Like I know what a clutch feels like. You know, manual transmission. I know what it feels like for a clutch to go bad. But an automatic, I'm not 100% sure. And I would imagine it's an older truck because I can tell you what, if it's a new truck, like newer one, like, well, we'll say like 16 and up, I would imagine that you would get an error saying clutch slippage or overheated clutch or something. I would imagine the truck you got is older, but it tends to be automatic edge tractor. See, Shannon Thomas Trucking. Mr. Like did a video today. Said trucking hasn't had a raise in literally 30. Truckers hasn't had a raise in literally 30 years. Actually, if you listen to Tucker Carlson, he's talked about this a little bit. Our wages have actually gone down. And it's not that we're not the band. It's just that they're able to put people to work for less because this truck driver shortage. when you flood the market with CDL holders and you can just rotate through them like these mega carriers do, you think you ever have to pay them like a really good wage? Do you? It's like printing money. They're printing CDL drivers. That's why they don't care about That's why they're going. Well, besides a lot of they just get better so much, and I guess the automatics of today are this automatic's pretty decent. I can live with it. Now Volvo automatics, I always like them a little bit better, but anywho, that's why they're going with it. Trying to make it easier for drivers. They're trying to entice women. That's another big another segment of people that can hold a wheel and drive down the road. Now I'm not trying to say that in any a bad light. I'm just saying it. Uh, a bigger pool of drivers, they can just go through them, and as long as the truck keeps moving in it, what's it cost them? Orientation. They've got these orientations down pat. They're like factory. Come on. The training and all this stuff. They're factory. They don't get down with like 3 or 4 students. Try to show them in depth and everything. Like like when I was I was kind of thinking about doing my own seagulls, just a little. Just in between me with 3 drivers and everything, because at least where I was at, I had uh, my customer allowed me to use the yard, and they would allow me to train people on the yard. It was a big gravel yard, like a couple acres, like it was a bit easy. Um, and even though they send these guys out with trainers or whatnot, they don't go into the nitty gritty about what. Oh, if your fuel card don't do this don't do that. If you have to back in like this, if this, they don't go into the whole nitty gritty thing. They just want you to be able to pass the test. As long as you pass the test, they either a lot of times they slap you're out in the road by yourself. And sometimes they don't even put you out with like a trainer after that. Once you pass the test, you're like look at Western Express and stuff like that. You're trucking. You're 2 3 weeks. You pass your CDL test. You know, and you're out trucking. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm getting. Christine. The shame is the rates for 2 years ago should, in all honesty, be the new standard. Brokers brokers were making hand money. Like some brokers, I should say, well, not all of them, but there were brokers making a shitload of money back then. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason we have all the same thing. All these brokers came in. They didn't come. Why would they? If the brokers weren't making money back then, back a few years ago, why was there an influx in brokers? If brokers weren't making money, I know all these guys come out and be like, "Oh, you guys were playing hardball." The customers were paying. They were making money. We were making money. You know, and for the most part, prices didn't go up. Maybe here or there, not nothing like they are now, like with the inflation. And I don't think this didn't have nothing to do with inflation, really. We got paid, and even if you know what, I would be happy with 50% of what this was. Would be a good rate, because guess what, tires. I remember I was able to put a set of Kumo, I think, Kumo tires, drive tires on the back of one of the trucks. And I got the tires for $250 a piece, drive tires, brand new drive tires. They were 250 or 280 at Steve Shannon's. Uh, technically Steve Shannon's automotive, but they had a heavy truck side. And I remember during the whole shutdown thing and everything. I remember they went from like 250 to 280. They were up to like 400. They like doubled in price, maybe even more than doubled in price. And I doubt they came down. I should look them up. I doubt they came down. And sure, we were making money back then, so it wasn't that bad. If you could pay for it, you paid for it. But guess what? Those prices didn't come down. None of that came down, really. And it's not going to come down. But we aren't making that money anymore. And I'm going to say we didn't drop down to the very low of like, remember 2019 when it got down to the dollar? Oh, no, I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I'll be honest. I'll be honest here right now. I have not looked at the low board here probably about 3 6 months, somewhere around there. So I don't know. I don't know exactly. Are we down to like the dollar mile loads again? Are we down to the $1.30, $1.60 flatbed loads, tarp loads and stuff? Are we down to that still? Is that still going on? Because I tell you what, if that's still going on, and we're now paying $400-500 for dry tires that like a year and a half, 2 years ago, we'll say 2 years ago, were $280. There's a problem. There's a problem. And like I said before, we allow ourselves to get taken advantage of like that. People are still buying those tires. People are still, there's still people go. There's still idiots using JB Hunt 360. I've never tried. I think I have run loads for JB, but I've never used JB Hunt 360. I've never outbid my fellow driver, because that is not a race. That when you think of bids, everyone's like, "Oh, bids, yeah, yeah." They think of like when you bid, um, government contracts and stuff, and yeah, they do usually take the lowest bidder, but still, there's money. There's money to be had there. There's money to be made. When you do it here in trucking, when you do these no personal interaction with anybody, and you sit there, I don't want to call the broker. I just want to get the load and go. Yeah. When you don't want to negotiate with the broker, when you don't want to get what you could really be paid, and you go and do these point clicks, all you're doing is showing yourself and everybody else. Like, look at what happened with Uber. Ultimately, Uber was a Trojan horse, the Uber freight craft. I don't know what Conway. I guess they sold out, and that's really what happened to Conway. Conway actually had high hopes for Conway, Conway freight, or convoy freight, and yeah, look what happened with that. Here I am. I'm going off on tangents and not reading nothing, and I probably sound like an angry truck driver right now. Matt NG, Lawn and Landscape. Let's say Matt NG. I grew up in truck. Had nothing but respect for you men and women. Without y'all, we'd be F. It's fact. And you know what though? I know there was some people that said they didn't have any respect in the 80s and 90s. I knew a few truck drivers and stuff, and they'd be respected just like any other blue collar worker, like a lineman and stuff. But now, you know why we don't have respect? Well, that maybe this ain't like that picture, but I know Bear. Pull this up. I gotta scroll down to my screenshots or whatever it is. It wasn't that far ago, so I should be able to pull it up. Let's see if I can get a little higher around here. Ah. And let's see, what am I doing? Right here. This is why we don't. I mean, there's worse. I mean, I guess I wish I could have got that guy, but I just took this. Like, you have no idea the smell of this hallway. It was utterly disgusting. All right, and there's a TA right down the road. You know, um, guys should be getting free showers. For the most part, or you should at least be able to afford to pay for like a $15 shower. But it's none of these guys look very presentable. I'm surprised they had vests on, some of these guys, to be honest with you. But for the most part, it smelled utterly disgusting. It was utterly disgusting, the smell in that hallway, and it was a lot more than just one person. Um, and yeah, did these look like blue collar workers? Most of them are wearing shorts. At least this guy has boots and jeans on. But in my opinion, should have a button-down shirt or at least a polo on. Hell, I used to do flatbed. I used to do flatbed with a freaking button-down shirt. Hell, I used to do AAA. When I worked for AAA, I wore a button-down shirt and a goddamn. Here we go, Chris. And a pair of pants. Have some respect in your job. Have some respect for yourself. Like, can you imagine going in some of the trucks that they look like inside? You know, uh, and I don't know. I don't know if it's more of a trucker thing or just the way things are going through the world. Like, but yeah, I don't know. It's just and there'll be guys like, so what? I'll wear whatever beef I want. Blah blah blah. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. And you don't care what people think about you or anything, and you think you're professional and stuff. I mean, I'll wear shorts. Like I said, I'll wear shorts on my 34. I'll even wear shorts here. You'll see me in shorts once in a while, but I at least try to like tuck my shirt in, look professional, or put put decent shoes on and stuff. Take showers. Uh, like if you're going to do, at least go in and give yourself a cologne pack. No. Oh, let's see, Ronald. 2018 T680. And you have a 10-speed in that thing? A 10-speed. Who ordered that thing? An automatic 10-speed. I would imagine a 2018. If you had something wrong with the clutch or something, it would be telling you how many miles are on it. I would imagine it would say overheat and whatnot. It probably just gets stuck in gear, like it doesn't want to shit. It probably needs you might want to try to take it in to have the computer reflash the transmission control module. Shannon Thomas Trucking. Cost of business has raised, and technically, I feel we should be able to raise our rates according like everything else. Hey, you know what though? We'll get pushback, and like I know, like Sage came in here or another broker and stuff. We'll get pushback, even CPM, and I don't know, because you know what though, some of the brokers are having a hard time too. And like I said though, that the same over, they have way too many brokers that you need in out there, and everybody's trying to cut each other too. It's just that all around. I know everybody says, "Oh, that's broker," but a lot of these brokers are having, are having to compete with same kind of mentality that we. If you just go and Google or YouTube, we'll go on YouTube and you look up broker training. You watch some of these broker training. It is like the most sleaziest sleazebag hustling kind of stuff going on ever. And the people that get in that are very pliable. And well, they just want to try to make money and sit at home. They don't care if they do the Uber thing. They do the Uber thing, I'm okay with still being at home, sitting on a computer, broking loads, as long as I can make $20 or $30, an hour. There's freaking brokers that are at home that have multiple customers, have a list of trucking companies that they would go to bat for, and they're not in this to make like $20 an hour. They're in this to make $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year. That's the way. That's the way that's the way these truck drivers should be too. I guess I call them truck drivers, but owner operators and whatnot. You should be in this to make the most amount of money possible, not to just live in the truck like a nomadic. Let's say nomadic, but let's say nomadic, dirty truck driver, trash and stuff. That is not the whole purpose of becoming an owner operator and running a business. To run a business. But there are plenty of guys out here to become an owner operator to basically be left alone and to be a dirty truck driver and stuff. And I guess it's America. You're allowed to do that, but don't bring everybody else down. I have a family. I have ambitions. I want to live like a middle class life. I don't want to be just some dirty truck driver in a truck. That is not how we run business. We all start doing that, all small businesses, and we all start undercutting and doing stupid stuff like this. We're gonna have total chaos. It's like I've heard the same story from barbers and stuff. It's all a different industry. It's the same stupidity goes. Let's see here, Matt MG. It takes about $250 a mile just for y'all to break you. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't, because if I had a paid off truck, Like if I go back to I don't know if you were here earlier when I had the numbers up. Uh, you can make a decent amount of money if you have a paid off truck, if you have a trailer. But you, like I said before, the whole point of this is not to just be like one truck, just make it. You should be if you become an owner operator for the most part, unless like I said, you have these guys that run grain and stuff, and they're part of these grain co-ops and all this stuff. That's a different thing. You got your two or three Peterbilts or whatever, and you're running for that. You've been running for them for 50 years, going the same farms and stuff. But if you're in this in general freight, you should be coming into this to eventually grow your business, at least a little bit, at least a couple drivers. I mean, if you can make the money by yourself and you have a dedicated, great for you. But for most guys that end up coming in here and doing that, they end up turning into you know sad one owner operator living in his truck, you know, never showering and stuff. I mean, we've seen. And I can't say it's everything either, but there's enough of them that they bring down the market for everyone else. And like I said, too, regulation. Somehow these guys just don't get caught, or they open up a different business or another DOT number. So I don't know how they do it. But I tell you what, if I'm just a regular guy trying to follow the rules for the most part, and I go off, I just slightly glance over at maybe going away from those rules or taking a shortcut. Bam, bam. There's DOT there waiting for you. There's the FMCSA waiting to give you your audit or whatnot. They track your DOT number. They track your insurance. You can't open another authority and stuff. But somehow these guys are doing it. Somehow these guys. I see the same truck sometimes going down 80 and 90 and stuff here. They got no DOT numbers on the doors. Got no names on the doors. They're hauling freight somehow. They're not, and these aren't government guys. Trust me, these ain't government trucks or anything like that. These are, I don't know. I try to have a conversation with them. Trust me, I probably won't be able to have a conversation with them. And they get away with this stuff. I know they probably go through the down here on 78. They probably go through the scales too. I don't know how they don't get pulled in. They don't get pulled in. In fact, I know a carrier right now that their flatbeds are all rotted out and everything. I think they changed their name like 3 or 4 times, 5 times. Right over here in Hazel. They run very sketchy equipment. I don't know where the money goes, but they just do. And they're still in business. I think they changed their name from like 304 Transport to all kinds of stuff. Back and forth. They're technically the same people on the company. I agree. When you look like a pro, you get treated like one. Well, not even like a pro, just like somebody that actually cares about, life, I guess you could say, about themselves, about how they're parents. Like I said before, earlier, I don't know if you're here saying comments. Like I've asked for bathrooms in places that literally say no bathrooms for truck drivers, and I've been let in. Then again, you get those places that they have like a disgusting. Like I posted a community post of a urinal at I think it might have been CNS. CNS, I don't know. It's like off 84. Oh no, it's Food Line. It was Food Line in Pennsylvania. Off, I believe 83, maybe somewhere there in southern Pennsylvania. And the truck driver pulls the urinal up, everywhere. There's other stuff everywhere. And I don't blame them that necessarily. I blame the drivers too. But still, like, come on. You can hold that. I would like some kind of dignity. Dignity. There we go. Ronald. The truck. Let's see. The truck is a former pack lease out of Canada. Oh, there's the problem. I bought it while the prices for equipment started to skyrocket. I was looking at some Canadian equipment. I would really, I guess, people in Canada I can talk to, and there's some good deals on Canadian equipment. I just wish I could find some foolproof way to get it across the border and all that tax crap taken care of. So some of that Canadian equipment very well taken care of too. And again, some of it ain't, but still. Anywho, I like going off on another route here. I bought it while prices and equipment started skyrocketing. I paid $40K with I don't know. Yeah, I guess back then was skyrocketing price. I guess that was a decent price. With 670,000 miles on it. It was a team truck, ran Montreal to LA. You know, I was going to say that probably, I could imagine the clutch is probably still good in that. But you know what I also heard? I've also heard that automatics eat clutches up, which is kind of funny. You know, if you have a decent driver and they're not eating clutches up, but automatics are eating clutches up, you might be time for a clutch for you. It might be time. It's going to cost a little bit too, though. Definitely, if you can find a shop that you trust, maybe talk to somebody that's done clutches on automatic. You can really mess it. It's not hard, but you can mess it up. That might be a possibility. And then again, you also now you got to find somebody that you can trust to tell you whether or not it actually needs a clutch. Or like I said, maybe it just needs a computer flash. Maybe the shift points are out of whack a little bit or something. The problem with hiring drivers is the picture you just showed. You would hire them to drive your truck. Hell no. And you're absolutely right with that. And you know what? The drivers I hired, I told them right off the bat, yeah, on your 34-hour break and stuff, you can wear shorts. You can do that. Try not to look totally like a loser. At least shower twice a week. I'm not your mom. I'm not going to hold your hand, but I don't want you to smell like dirt bags. And when you are representing me, and and hopefully representing yourself, you're going to tuck your shirt in. You're going to wear a belt. Wear your jeans. And hey, yeah, you're going to get up there and sweat. If you want, I can get you T-shirts with the name on it that are orange or yellow, and you can wear some T-shirts sometime. But for the most part, what I think I had them have it with the Dickies with the button down. I forget. I ordered it off Amazon or whatnot. They made the logo and everything. But they looked like decent. It looked like people you could approach, and they weren't going to smell or throw up on you or something. And the way I felt is they represented the quality that I wanted to offer my customers. And I didn't want to offer my customers, homeless crackhead look, I guess you could say. I don't know. I'm in Lancaster, PA, south of PA. I know. Okay, I know that. In fact, I go really close to you because I end up going to New Holland, PA. In fact, I saw that New Holland had their, it's a cute little town. Really, it is. I saw that they had their fair. I guess they shut down the 22, 222, 202. I don't know what that road is. I know it's 26, 28. I don't know. I know it had a 2 in it. Off the top of my head, I forgot. Danny, I wear shorts and a tee all the time. Most places are, pumped that I speak English. Yeah, pumped that I speak English. Yeah, that's true. I get that too. And don't shit in the parking lot. Yeah, that too. Bitter. Yeah. I don't know why guys can't get through their head. Hey, use a bottle, dump the bottle out on the side of the road somewhere. Maybe clean it out or get a new bottle every once in a while. But I don't. Oh crap! We're already 11:15. Whoa! I'm at this 4 hours. 4 hours live. All right. I'm gonna go to bed. I mean, I feel all right, but I know nobody's gonna watch it for a full 4 hours. I mean, maybe somebody down the road might listen to this. But hey, thank you everybody for coming in here. If you want, maybe share this out. Like I said, hammer down on the like button. And if you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. If you like my content, I'm not holding it at gunpoint or anything. Oh, wait a minute. Am I allowed to say that? Oh, well, whatever. America, I can just talk like a normal person. But anyway, thanks for showing up. I wish it went a little bit cleaner in the beginning. Like I said, I was hoping maybe get some heavy hitters. No, not hitters. Just somebody in here to have a different point of view on the numbers and talk. I guess I'll end up doing this again. Will probably happen. Like I said, this really wasn't a well put together live. I just wanted to set all this up really is really what I want to do. I want to set all this up and see if I was capable of running a half decent professional live, because I really would like to try to do like a couple more podcasts like this. I said I gotta kind of watch my mouth and not get off on tangents, because I got some subscribers now, and I'm actually building something here. So if I could just change, I don't know, a handful of guys, and that spread out, maybe make trucking into a professional you know, blue collar profession again. That would be freaking. That would be great. And maybe actually turn some people in here from steering wheel holders into maybe part-time business owners at least. Let's see. Matt MG, Bay Safe Man, Christine. Hey, I'll be up in on Friday. Yeah, go to probably Pennsylvania name. I probably can't read. Later with Ryan. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Thank you for stopping by again. I really appreciate it. And y'all have a safe and good night now.